Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. We weren't hardcore campers or anything. We'd gone maybe 3 times total, me, Claire, a beat-up tent we borrowed from her brother, and a little propane stove that always smelled slightly like melted plastic. It was mostly about unplugging for the weekend. No service, no emails, no deadlines breathing down our necks. Just trees, firewood, canned chili, and the occasional raccoon bold enough to stare you down for a granola bar. That's what we were expecting when we drove out to Pinebrook State Forest that Friday. We picked the site ahead of time. Lot 23, close enough to the trailheads but far enough from the ranger station that it felt like actual wilderness. There were only 2 other vehicles in the entire loop when we pulled in a rust-colored Subaru with bike racks and this old white van. I remember noticing it right away, mostly because it didn't match the vibe. No campground sticker, no windows except the windshield, just these gray curtains pulled tight behind the glass. Not even a single dent or decal to tell you anything about the driver. Claire made a face when we passed it. "Creeper van," she muttered. "Maybe it's just a solo hiker," I said, "or someone doing the off-grid thing." "Without registering?" she asked. I didn't have an answer for that. We didn't dwell on it, though. Not right away. We set up camp, got the fire going, cracked a couple beers, and made a sad attempt at toasting hot dogs over 2 small flames. Typical first night stuff. When the sun went down, the forest went quiet in that way you forget it can. No sirens, no cars, just the occasional crack of a branch and the distant call of an owl. The van was still sitting there, 2 sites over, but we didn't hear a door open, didn't see a flashlight flicker, nothing. Like it was just a prop someone left behind. By the time we crawled into the tent, I'd stopped thinking about it. Claire hadn't. "I swear it hasn't moved since we got here," she whispered, pulling the sleeping bag up to her chin. "Maybe they're just a heavy sleeper," I said. "Half asleep already." She didn't laugh. "Do you think we should have told the ranger?" "What would we say? There's a weird van at a campsite?" "Yeah, pretty much." I shifted onto my side and pulled her in closer. "If it's still there tomorrow, we'll check with them, okay?" She nodded against my chest. Neither of us brought it up the next morning. The van was still there, parked at an angle like it had just coasted into the lot and died. No footprints in the dirt around it, no smoke from a fire. It looked exactly the same, silent, shut. We went for a hike that day, nothing crazy, just a 4-mile loop through a mossy ridge trail that smelled like wet pine needles and took us past some gorgeous overlooks. The kind of walk that usually wrings out your anxiety. But every time I stopped to catch my breath, I caught Claire looking behind us. Not ahead. Behind. That night we ate by lantern light. The fire didn't catch like it had the first night, too damp, too rushed. Neither of us really tried. There was a tension sitting between us that we hadn't spoken out loud yet, but it filled the air like smoke anyway. Around 11, we zipped up the tent and settled in. It was colder that night. The wind came in off the ridge, brushing against the tent walls with soft, shivery pressure. I woke up to the sound of something stepping on dry branches. Not a deer. I know what deer sound like. They're skittish, light on their feet. Whatever this was had weight. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise, and pressed my hand to Claire's arm. She was already awake, staring at the nylon above us like she could see through it. "Did you hear it?" she whispered. "Yeah." It came again. 2 steps, then silence. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stuck my head out. Nothing. Just the fire pit, now dark, our cooler, the outline of our car. The van was gone. I blinked and leaned further out. Its sight was empty. No tire tracks, no light, no shape. Just the damp gravel lot, hollow and quiet. "Where the hell did it go?" Claire asked, crawling out behind me. "I don't know." We stood there in our socks, breath visible in the cold, both of us turning in slow circles like we were afraid to look in any one direction too long. I felt completely exposed. No locks, no doors. Just canvas and mesh, and the hope that whoever had been nearby wasn't still watching. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Claire sat cross-legged in the tent, holding the flashlight, while I stayed zipped into my sleeping bag with my pocket knife gripped in one hand like I'd be able to do anything with it. When dawn broke, we didn't even talk about packing. It just happened. We took down the tent in record time, tossed everything into the car, and peeled out of the campsite like something was going to chase us if we stayed 1 second longer. The ranger station was a small log cabin near the park entrance. We pulled in, both of us looking half feral after a night of no sleep and adrenaline. The ranger on duty was maybe in his mid-50s, baseball cap, radio clipped to his vest, seemed surprised to see us. "You two heading out early?" he asked. "There was a white van parked near our site," I said, skipping the small talk. "No plates, curtains in the window. It was there when we got in Friday. It was gone when we checked last night." His face shifted slightly, not surprise, more like caution. "Which site?" 21, I said. "We were at 23. He checked his clipboard. "No one registered for that lot all weekend." I looked at Claire. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest. "I thought you needed a pass," she said. "You do," he replied, slow and deliberate, "and if it wasn't marked on here, they weren't supposed to be out there." We waited for him to say more, call someone, take a note. But he didn't. Later that afternoon, just before we left the park boundaries, Claire asked to walk back to the site. I didn't want to, but I didn't argue. Maybe we both needed closure. The van was still gone. The site looked undisturbed. No trash, no firewood, nothing. But just behind the tree line, half buried under pine needles and blackened dirt, we found the fire pit. Still warm. Inside, a few scorched zippers, part of a canvas strap, and what looked like the melted back panel of a plastic backpack. It was small, too small for an adult. And next to it, half covered in ash, was the edge of a knife blade. Claire didn't say anything. Neither did I. We just turned around and walked back to the car. And we haven't been camping since. We didn't talk much on the drive home. Not even during the stretch of highway that usually had us playing road trip games, joking about pit stops, or ranking which gas station chains had the best snacks. It was like the weight of that van, that place, still sat somewhere in the car with us, and if we said too much, we'd remind it we were there. Claire kept staring out the window with her arms crossed, but I knew she wasn't looking at anything specific, just moving her eyes so her thoughts didn't eat her alive. I was doing the same thing behind the wheel, trying to focus on the lines on the road, the hum of tires, anything that felt predictable. We were an hour out from home when she finally spoke. "That fire pit," she said, still not looking at me. "Did it look fresh to you?" I nodded. Yeah, still warm. Wood hadn't gone out completely. She bit her lip. "So they left after us. Or were still there while we were packing." That silence came back, heavier this time. We didn't fill it. When we got home, we did something we'd never done after a trip. We unpacked everything immediately. Tent, sleeping bags, clothes, all of it came out of the car and into the wash or the storage bins before we even sat down. I think we both wanted to scrub the whole experience off ourselves, like maybe if we cleaned fast enough, we wouldn't have to remember it the next day. It didn't work. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the way the dirt around the fire pit had been disturbed, like someone tried to cover the items in a hurry, or maybe they weren't trying to hide it at all. Maybe it was a message. Claire tried to sleep, but gave up around 2. I heard her walking around the apartment, pausing at each window, checking the door chain even though we'd already locked it. I didn't say anything. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the occasional creak of the floorboards. The next morning, she had her laptop open before I even made coffee. She was already on the park's website, trying to figure out if there'd been any recent incidents reported in Pine Brook. I sat beside her and refreshed the local news pages on my phone. It felt dumb at first, like we were playing detective for something that could have just been a creepy coincidence, but it didn't feel dumb for long. Claire found it first. A missing persons flyer buried 3 clicks deep on a Facebook page for Pine Brook's volunteer search and rescue group. 10-year-old girl, missing since June, last seen at a roadside gas station 2 towns over. She'd been with her mother. They were traveling cross-country. Security footage showed the girl going into the bathroom and never coming out. "Is that the same backpack?" Claire asked, her voice quiet. I leaned in. It was hard to tell from the grainy image, but the shape of it, the plastic front with the cartoon character, the same color, it matched what we'd seen in the fire pit. Burned, melted, but unmistakable. We didn't speak for a long time. Around noon, I made the decision. We should call it in. Claire looked at me. To who? The local police, maybe, or the rangers. "And tell them what?" she asked. "That we saw a van? That it vanished? That we found a half-burned kid's backpack in the woods?" "Yes." She didn't answer. But she didn't stop me either. I pulled up the ranger station number and called. The guy who answered didn't sound like the same one from the weekend, but his tone shifted the second I started describing where we'd been. I gave him the site number, told him what we'd seen, the van, the fire pit, the items inside it. There was a long pause after I finished. "You say the van didn't have plates?" he asked. no front or back. And it was parked at Site 21? Yeah. Another pause. We've had a few reports like that, he said, his voice quieter now. Not always at the same site, but close, same description. Old van, white, no plates, always gone before we get there. I gripped the phone tighter. And the fire pit? We'll send someone out to take a look. If it's on park property, we'll flag it. That was it. No more questions, no urgency. Just vague acknowledgement and a promise to flag it. I thanked him and hung up, staring at the phone screen until it dimmed in my hand. Claire walked over, holding her laptop. There are 6 posts like the one we found, she said. Same area, all within the last year. Kids, teens, even a couple adults. No confirmed sightings, no leads. She flipped the screen toward me. These ones were last seen near the interstate off Route 47. That's where we exited to get into Pine Brook. I scrolled through the images. One girl had braids and a pink jacket. Another boy wore a t-shirt with a baseball team I recognized. All smiling, all looking like they had no idea what was waiting for them just a few miles down the road. We need to tell someone else, I said. Who? She asked again, but softer this time. Not because she didn't believe me, because she did. That's what made it worse. That night, the dreams started. I saw the van again parked, silent, facing the forest. I was standing just outside its back doors. They were open. Inside was black, too dark to see, but I could hear something breathing. Not loud, not angry, just waiting. I woke up sweating, the room too hot even with the fan on. Claire was already awake. I dreamed I was back at the site, she said, but it wasn't ours. It was the one with the van. The fire pit was gone, but there was something sticking out of the ground. Just the edge of a blanket. We didn't talk about it the rest of the day. But I kept refreshing the missing persons pages. I don't know what I was looking for, some confirmation, a face that would link it all together, or maybe just proof that we weren't going insane. What we found instead came 2 days later. Not from the Park Service, not from the police, but from a comment on a thread buried deep in a forum about strange encounters in national parks. It was one line, posted anonymously. The van doesn't follow you. It waits for you to come back. And suddenly I realized something that hadn't occurred to me until right then. We left the forest. But we never actually left the story. 3 nights passed without sleep that actually meant anything. Claire tried melatonin. I tried whiskey. Neither worked. At best, we drifted into shallow half-dreams. At worst, we stared at the ceiling until sunrise, watching shadows shift across the walls. By Tuesday, I stopped checking the forums. My head was a mess. Too much scrolling. Too many stories. Everyone had a theory. A few even sounded like ours, old vehicles showing up where they shouldn't. No license plates. People watching from inside. But none of them ended with any kind of clarity. Just more questions. The posts always faded off, or were deleted. Or worse, the original poster stopped replying entirely. Claire had a different strategy. She printed everything, notes, maps, screenshots. She had this ugly manila folder she carried around now like it was homework for a class she never signed up for. "This isn't just paranoia," she said Thursday morning, flipping through it. "There's a pattern." "I believe you." She looked up, surprised. "I mean it," I said. "I'm just not sure what believing it even does anymore." We were both quiet for a minute. Then she slid a photo across the table. The same girl from the missing flyer, 10 years old, backpack on. Same one we'd seen charred in the pit. But the photo Claire showed me wasn't from the flyer. It was newer. "I found this on a Reddit post," she said. "Some guy talking about trail cam footage he got last month." "Wait, last month?" "Yeah, from the Ridgepoint entrance, northwest edge of Pine Brook." I looked again. It was grainy, black and white, but her outline was clear. Hair tied back, same shoes. She was walking through the trees. Alone. No timestamp, no context, just the photo. "That can't be real," I said. "She's been missing since June." Claire's voice was flat. "I think that van is taking people who are never meant to be found. We made the mistake of talking about it in front of someone else." Friday night, we were out for drinks with Claire's sister and her fiancé. We were trying to be normal again. Claire was picking at her fries. I was nursing a beer that had gone warm 20 minutes ago. Somehow, the conversation turned to camping. "You guys still going out to the woods every other weekend?" her sister asked, smiling. Claire looked at me, then back at her. "Not lately." "Oh, you gotta come out with us sometime," the fiancé said. "We just found a spot up near Westfield, real quiet. No cell towers, no one for miles." Claire didn't even blink. That's kind of the problem. And before I could steer it somewhere else, she started talking about Pine Brook, the van, the missing kid, everything. Her sister's fiancé chuckled halfway through. Not a mocking laugh, more like polite confusion. "You mean like an urban legend?" Claire stared at him. "We saw the backpack. It was burned. Someone buried it." He tried to recover, raising his hands. "No, I believe you saw something. It's just..." He glanced at me. "Come on. You don't really think someone's driving around national parks stealing people in a creepy van and no one notices?" "I didn't either," I said quietly, "until it happened." The mood tanked after that. We didn't stay much longer. When we got home, Claire didn't even take her shoes off. She went straight to the kitchen and started pulling out boxes, the ones we hadn't touched since we moved in. Old photos, receipts, printouts from earlier research. I followed her in. "What are we doing?" She paused, one hand in the box. "If the cops won't investigate it, we need to," she said. "Claire, we're not detectives. We're barely functioning adults." She pulled something out and held it up. A Pine Brook trail map. Marked in red was our site 23, then 21, where the van had been, and about a half-mile west, a sharp X. "What's that?" She tapped it. "Where I think the van came from. There's no road on the map, but when we were hiking, remember that overgrown path? It looked like tire ruts, just faint." I did remember. She grabbed her phone and pulled up satellite view. There it was, barely visible, but a dirt stretch curling off the main road, vanishing into the tree line. "I think there's something back there," she said. "A shed, a cabin, something they use." I stared at her. "You want to go back?" "Not want," she said, "but yeah." I didn't say anything right away. But I felt it too. That tension that doesn't let go of your spine. The one that says you've seen something you weren't supposed to, and if you walk away now, you'll never know how deep the hole goes. We planned it that night. One day, in and out. No camping, no wandering. Just enough to find out if we were crazy or not. We left Saturday at sunrise. No bags, just flashlights, gloves, and a portable scanner Claire borrowed from a coworker who used it for geocaching. It was supposed to pick up metal or signs of tampering in the ground. We weren't sure it'd help, but it made us feel like we had a purpose. We parked a mile from Pine Brook's main entrance, walked the rest of the way through a back trail. The weather was cold, dry. The kind that made your breath visible and your fingers go numb by the time you'd zipped your coat. When we got to Lot 23, everything was as we'd left it. Empty. We didn't stop. We followed the trail for about 10 minutes before Claire spotted the turnoff. The ruts were there. Faint, overgrown with brush and moss, but there. She looked at me, then started walking. We didn't talk much after that. The path curved sharply left, then widened into a shallow clearing. And there it was. A van. Not the van, at least not visibly the same. This one had been there for a while, covered in pine needles and rust, tires deflated, back doors sealed shut with what looked like an old bike chain. Claire walked around it once, slowly. She tapped the scanner near the base of the back doors. It chirped. Then she scanned the ground nearby. Another ping. She dropped to her knees and started brushing away the leaves. And there, buried in a shallow impression in the dirt, was another fire pit, long dead, but inside it half-melted toys, a phone case, what looked like the edge of a shoe. Children's sighs. Claire stood up, hands shaking. "This wasn't just one person," she said. I felt something then. Not fear. Something worse. Like we were too close to something we had no business finding. Like the trees around us were suddenly listening. And maybe, just maybe, the van we saw hadn't ever really left. We didn't speak on the walk back, not at first. Claire had her phone out, snapping photos of the van, the fire pit, even the tire ruts in the dirt. She moved with this steady, determined calm I hadn't seen in her since the day after the original trip. Like the second she knelt down and uncovered that fire pit, something inside her clicked into place. Not fear, not panic, just clarity. Me? I kept looking over my shoulder. There was this feeling I couldn't shake, like we weren't supposed to have found any of it. That we'd wandered somewhere we weren't meant to go, and now the forest had noticed. Not in a supernatural way. Just eyes, people, watching, waiting. We got back to the main trail around noon. Still no signs of rangers, no other hikers, no campers, and no van in Lot 21. Either the spot it had been parked at a week earlier. It was all too quiet. When we reached the car, Claire slid into the passenger seat without saying a word and started uploading the photos to a cloud folder, marking each one by timestamp and GPS data. She'd been using an offline mapping app that logged everything. She was methodical like that, the kind of person who highlighted books and kept receipts. I didn't start the car yet. Instead, I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring through the windshield at the same trees we'd stared at the first time we pulled in. "We're not done, are we?" I asked. Claire didn't look up, not even close. When we got home, she contacted the families. She didn't tell me right away, just started sending messages through social media, carefully worded and direct. She said if she were them, she'd want to know. That maybe they'd been waiting for someone to say, "Hey, I saw something," even if it didn't change the outcome. I watched from the hallway while she typed. Her shoulders were tense, focused. I knew better than to interrupt. 2 responded that night. One thanked her, said the police had stopped updating them months ago. The other asked for copies of the photos. The third reply came the next day, different tone, nervous, almost like they were afraid to say too much over a direct message. Claire read it out loud. "We saw the same van when our son went missing. No one believed us. It was in the parking lot that day, windows blacked out. My husband tried to take a photo, but the driver sped off. No plates." She paused, then whispered the next part. "They come back." We went to the police. It felt ridiculous, walking into a station with printed screenshots and trail maps. We expected rolled eyes, maybe even a polite "we'll look into it" before getting brushed off. But what we got was worse. The officer at the front desk barely let us finish before holding up his hand. "You're not the first," he said. Claire and I exchanged a look. He leaned forward. "You think this is the first time someone's come in here with stories about that forest? People talk. People come in shaking, pale, saying they saw something. But no one brings proof." Claire slid the stack of photos across the desk. He glanced at them, mouth twitching like he didn't want to admit he was interested. "What do you want us to do with this?" "Investigate," Claire said flatly. "Go to the site, check the van. That pit had children's items in it." He tapped the stack once, then exhaled. "I'll pass it along," he said, "but off the record, this kind of thing doesn't go anywhere, not unless it's happening in someone's backyard or goes viral. And even then, it gets buried fast." Claire's jaw tightened. "Why?" He hesitated, then said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "Because it's cleaner to pretend these people never existed than to admit we lost them." That night, I couldn't sit still. Claire was organizing her files again, posting in online forums under an alias, tagging news outlets, even starting a private thread to compile other stories. Meanwhile, I was pacing. Every time I passed the living room window, I checked the street. Nothing. But I kept checking anyway. Finally, around 2 a.m., I stepped outside. No sounds, no cars, the kind of silence you only hear right before something breaks it. I walked to the curb and stood there, looking up and down the road. And that's when I saw it. Headlights, far end of the block, just sitting there, not moving. I narrowed my eyes. White. I walked back inside without saying anything to Claire. The lights were gone by the time I looked out the window again. The next morning there was an envelope on our doorstep. No name, no return address. Just a single photo inside. It was us. Me and Claire, from behind, in the woods. Taken from a distance, like through brush. I stared at it for a long time before flipping it over. On the back, written in tiny black ink, were the words, "You're looking too hard." Claire stood behind me, reading over my shoulder. She didn't speak, just reached out, took the photo, and placed it inside her folder. Then she locked the deadbolt on the front door and pulled the curtains shut. We stopped going out much after that. Groceries were done late at night, no more hikes, no more back roads. If we didn't have to be somewhere, we weren't. Claire set up a camera at the front door, then the back, then 2 more for the windows. We changed our route to work, changed our phones, changed passwords. But still, once, while taking the trash out, I found a cigarette butt tucked under the edge of our doormat. We don't smoke. Another time, Claire swore someone had gone through her car, nothing missing, just the glove box left open. Whatever this was, whoever they were, they wanted us to know they were close. But they also wanted us to stop. Weeks passed. The police never followed up. None of the forums responded to Claire's thread. One of the families we spoke to deleted their social media altogether. It was like someone had hit a reset button on the whole thing, scrubbing it clean, pretending it never happened. I wanted to stop thinking about it, wanted to pretend we'd just imagined the worst. But late one night, I walked out to the porch and sat in the dark. No phone, no flashlight. Just me and the quiet. And after a few minutes, I realized something that chilled me more than the photo, more than the fire pit, more than the officer's warning. The forest wasn't following us. We were still in it. It was about 3 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of Claire moving around in the kitchen. She wasn't trying to be quiet, but she also wasn't loud. Cabinet doors opened slowly, closed gently. Drawers sliding open in little bursts. I laid there listening for a minute before calling out. "What are you doing?" She didn't answer at first. Then I heard the fridge open and close, followed by the rustle of paper, maybe foil, maybe something in a bag. I sat up. "Claire?" She came into the room a second later, hair a mess, eyes wide but unfocused, like she hadn't slept at all, like she hadn't stopped moving long enough to try. She held something in her hand, a printout. "There's another one," she said. It took me a second to process. Another what? Post. Same van, same area, just uploaded 20 minutes ago. I took it from her. It was a screenshot of a Facebook post from someone named Greg L. The photo was blurry, taken through a window, probably a moving car, but unmistakable. The van was there. White, windowless, same size. No plates. Parked along a fire road on the edge of Pine Brook. The caption was short. "Saw this van parked near Trailhead 9. No one inside. Creeped me out. Left fast." I handed it back to her. "This is recent." "Yeah. And guess what?" she said, turning back toward her laptop. That trailhead wasn't even open last time we were there. It was blocked off for maintenance. I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and followed her. On the screen, she had a map open, side by side with satellite view. There was the trailhead deep on the northwest edge of the park, just past a bend in the river trail. According to Claire, it had been closed due to flooding over the summer. They reopened it last week, she said, quietly, no announcement, just removed the barriers. And that's where it showed up. She nodded. We stared at the screen together. Then she clicked to another tab, one I hadn't seen before. It was a shared spreadsheet. Names, dates, locations, notes. You made a list, I said quietly. I've been keeping track of everything, every mention, every story. It's always near a trailhead, always off-season, always no plates. I scrolled through the entries. There were over 30. This is more than I thought, I said. It's more than anyone thinks, she replied, because no one's putting the pieces together. By sunrise, we'd decided. We were going back. Not to hike, not to camp, not even to wander near the sites we'd been to before. Just to watch. To sit near Trailhead 9 with a camera and a pair of binoculars and see what showed up. Maybe we'd catch a license plate, maybe a face, maybe nothing. But we had to go. We left that afternoon. Claire packed like she was prepping for a stakeout, camera batteries, snacks, extra SD cards. She'd even borrowed a long-lens DSLR from her coworker for wildlife photography, which wasn't technically a lie. I drove. The closer we got, the quieter it became inside the car. No music. Just the occasional highway noise and the soft sound of Claire flipping through her notes again, double-checking details she already knew by heart. We parked half a mile from the trailhead, near a stretch of road that curved around a ridge and offered a clear view of the lot. There were no other cars, just a wide gravel loop, half covered in leaves. Claire set up the camera in the back seat, pointing through the windshield. I kept my eyes on the trail entrance. We waited. An hour passed. Then 2. Still nothing. Claire tapped her pen against the armrest. This is how it always happens, she said. They don't come when you're watching. They came before, I said. Because we weren't looking. The sun dipped lower behind the trees. The air got colder. I turned on the car heater for a few minutes, trying not to fog up the windows. Then, just as the sky started to go gray, Claire leaned forward. There. I followed her gaze. The van. Coming from the north, slow and deliberate, like it wasn't in a hurry. No headlights, no markings, just white metal against the fall colors. It turned into the lot, rolled halfway through, then backed into a spot with the rear facing the tree line. From our distance, we couldn't see inside, couldn't make out the driver. But the camera caught it all. Claire clicked the shutter, then again and again, until the van disappeared behind the tree cover. We waited another hour. No one got out. No one got in. It just sat there. And then just like that, it pulled out and drove off. Back the way it came. Gone. Claire leaned back in her seat and let out a breath she'd been holding for way too long. We got it, she said. That's the van. I nodded. Now what? She turned toward me, eyes locked on mine. Now we find out where it goes. We followed at a distance, just enough to keep it in view without drawing attention. It turned onto a fire road unmarked, then kept going. Eventually, it led to another clearing, not the one we'd found last time, a different spot. More remote. There were signs of a campsite, old fire ring, patches of disturbed dirt, and a tarp. Folded. Stained. Claire took more photos. Then she crouched and pulled something from the leaves. A shoe. Kid's size again. She didn't speak. Neither did I. Just then, a sound faint but unmistakable. A snap. A branch. We turned together. In the shadows of the trees, just past the tarp, someone was standing. Watching. Not moving, not speaking. Just there. Claire grabbed my arm, and we backed away slowly, keeping our eyes forward, not turning our backs. When we finally got to the car, I fumbled the keys, hands shaking. We drove. Fast. Didn't stop until we hit pavement again. Claire's hands were clenched white around the camera. "We're not making this up," she said. "I know. And if we are..." She trailed off. We didn't finish that sentence. It was almost a month before we went back. Not because we wanted to, not even because we thought we'd be safer, but because something changed, something that didn't make sense and wouldn't leave us alone. It started with Claire's phone. She kept all the evidence we'd gathered stored on the cloud. Every photo, every screenshot, even audio recordings of conversations we'd had about it. She backed them up twice, one local, one online. The folder was titled something vague, so it wouldn't stand out. But one morning, while doing routine checks, she noticed it was gone. Not corrupted, not deleted by accident, gone. The physical hard drive wouldn't open. The files showed empty, like they'd never been there. When she went to log into the cloud backup, the account had been locked due to unusual activity. When she finally got back in, the folder was there, but every single file had been replaced with a blank image named 404 JPG. That was when we knew. It wasn't just the van. It was whoever was behind it, watching, scrubbing, closing every door we opened. So we made a decision. We'd go back to the woods. One last time. Not to chase the van, not to get revenge, but to bury it all, the fear, the obsession, in something solid. Proof that wouldn't vanish with a power outage. We bought a disposable film camera. No GPS, no connection. We'd photograph what we could and leave the prints in a safe deposit box under Claire's cousin's name. She didn't even know we were doing it. That was the point. If anything happened to us, if everything got wiped again, the truth would still exist somewhere else. We returned on a Tuesday. Middle of the day, overcast skies, just enough cloud cover to keep most hikers away. We parked in the same lot as before, only this time, we didn't go near our old site. We followed the overgrown trail again, the same one that led to the abandoned van, the shallow fire pit, and whatever else had been half buried in that forgotten stretch of forest. But the van was gone. Not just gone, erased. No rust stains on the ground, no tire ruts. The grass had grown back where we'd walked just weeks earlier, like nothing had been there in years. The fire pit was gone too, covered, smoothed out. Someone or something had been through. Maybe it was never there, I whispered, already knowing that wasn't true. Claire didn't reply. She took out the film camera and snapped a photo anyway, of the clearing, of the tree line, of the spot where we remembered it all happening. Even if we can't prove what it was, she said, her voice steady, we can prove something was here. We hiked deeper, following instinct more than map. Claire noticed at first the smell. Rotting wood, wet metal, something sour underneath it all. It led us to a shed. Not big, just enough for one or two people to stand in, half covered in moss, almost hidden beneath a fallen pine. The door was locked with a rusted padlock. I checked the edges, gave the handle a pull. It didn't budge. Claire raised the camera again. Just as she clicked the shutter, something moved behind us. I turned. Nothing. No footsteps, no birds, not even the usual hum of bugs. It was the kind of silence you feel, not hear. Claire whispered, "Let's go." And we did. We didn't run. We walked, slow and even, never looking back. Because deep down, we both knew if we turned around, we wouldn't be alone. We drove straight from Pinebrook to the photo lab. We paid in cash, using fake names we'd joked about years ago, inside jokes that suddenly didn't feel funny anymore. The technician said the prints would be ready in 24 hours. We didn't sleep that night, not out of fear, just this tight humming alertness that never dipped low enough to allow rest. The next day, the photos were ready. They were clear, unaltered, tangible. The clearing, the trees, the shed. A few of them showed faint impressions in the grass, like something heavy had once sat there. Claire sorted the photos carefully, choosing half to go into the deposit box, the rest to be stored at her aunt's house in a locked filing cabinet buried behind decades of old tax paperwork. We didn't post them. We didn't try to contact journalists. Not again. Instead, we made peace with something harder. We'd carry this story. Just us. Just the truth we knew, without proof, the world would accept. And that was enough. It had to be. The next week we moved. Not far, just out of the city and into a quieter part of the county where the neighbors didn't ask questions and the nights didn't echo quite as loud. We didn't talk about Pinebrook much after that. We went back to work, went out sometimes, laughed when we could, though the laughter always felt a little thinner than before. But we were okay. Changed, yeah, but alive. Some nights, the woods still followed us in our dreams, and once in a while I'd swear I saw a white van parked a few blocks away from our new place. Not every day, just enough to remind me. I never approached it, and it always disappeared by morning. A year later, we got a letter. No return address, no stamp. Inside was a photograph. It was us, standing outside the shed. Same moment Claire had taken the picture. only this one had been taken from behind, at an angle neither of us could have captured. No note, no signature, just the photo. We didn't panic, we didn't scream. Claire placed the photo in a sealed envelope and added it to the box in the deposit vault. No one else would understand what it meant. But we did. They were done chasing us, because we had stopped chasing them. We never went back to Pine Brook. And maybe that's what kept us safe. Some doors, once opened, don't close easily. Some forests remember your footsteps no matter how lightly you tread. But if there's one thing we learned, it's this. When you see a van with no plates, curtains drawn tight, parked where it shouldn't be, don't look for the driver. Don't wait for the lights. Don't try to find the story behind it. Just leave. Because the moment you start asking questions, you're already part of the answer. It all came to a head because of a typo. Claire was reviewing her notes, something she'd done probably 100 times by now, and realized she'd miswritten one of the trail cam coordinates. She pulled up the satellite view again and zoomed in farther than she had before. The path didn't just lead to that abandoned van in the woods. There was something else. A clearing deeper in, about 30 yards beyond the van site, barely visible from the angle we'd approached it from the first time, but it was there, flat ground, something buried beneath the brush. Maybe a structure, or the remains of one. We had a choice, leave it alone, or go back one last time. We went, not out of obsession, out of necessity. Because the next time might not come with a warning, and we were done waiting for permission. We told no one. Left our phones at home, wrote a note with the GPS coordinates and left it in the glove box of my car in case something happened. Paranoia? Maybe, but we'd earned that. It took us 2 hours of hiking to reach the clearing. The terrain was harder than before. Roots, dense brambles, overgrowth thick enough that Claire had to pull her scarf over her mouth just to keep the debris out. And then the trees broke, and we saw it. It wasn't a cabin or shack. It was a pit, roughly the size of a single car, dug into the earth and partially collapsed on one side. On the other, thin metal rods jutted out, maybe the foundation of something old, maybe just rebar. There were signs of past fire, same as before. Scorched dirt, blackened stone, charred metal scraps. Claire was the first to move. She knelt near the edge and started digging gently with her gloves. After maybe 10 minutes, her hand hit something hard. Not stone, not wood, plastic. She unearthed it slowly, a lid to a storage bin, melted slightly but still intact. Inside were fragments of clothing, strips of faded fabric, a pair of small shoes, a Ziploc bag with a photo half curled inside, a girl in a school uniform smiling awkwardly at the camera. I didn't recognize her. Claire did. She was in one of the posts, she said, a year ago, Virginia, not even from this state. We both sat back, quiet. There was no longer any question. This wasn't isolated. This wasn't one person or one van. It was a system. A rotating method, a trap that moved through parks and forests like a drifting shadow, not staying long enough to leave proof, just long enough to take. And they were counting on no one looking too closely. We brought everything we found to the authorities. But this time we didn't go local. We went federal. Claire sent a packet directly to the FBI, not the general tip line, but an actual agent she tracked down from a national task force on missing persons. She included everything: photos, coordinates, timelines, even the map overlays. Then we waited. And for the first time in months, someone responded. They showed up 2 weeks later. 2 unmarked sedans, federal IDs, real agents. They asked a lot of questions about the van, about the clearing, about how we'd gotten involved. They took our original folder, scanned our trail maps, and asked us not to speak to media just yet. Claire asked them point blank, "Is this part of something bigger?" The older agent, the one who hadn't said much until then, looked at us for a long moment. "There's more like you," he said finally. "People who got too close to something they were never supposed to see. Some vanish, some get scared and shut up, but every once in a while someone brings us enough to open the door." That was it. He didn't elaborate. They left. And we haven't heard from them since. Weeks passed. Then months. The missing posters didn't disappear, but some of the families started getting updates. Quiet ones, no details, just acknowledgments that new information had come in. We were never named. Not officially. But I think they knew. And we didn't need credit. We just wanted it to stop. Claire changed after that. Not in a bad way. She just softened. The constant tension left her shoulders. The folder stayed on a shelf, untouched now. She didn't check the curtains every hour anymore. We still don't camp. Probably never will again. The gear is long gone. But we take walks. We drive the coast. We breathe better. As for me, sometimes I still dream about the van. Not in a terrifying way, more like a memory that lingers in the walls of your mind, something half forgotten that comes back in flashes. A sound of branches cracking too close. A car with no plates parked one space over. A shadow watching from the tree line, waiting to see if you notice. But then I wake up, and I check the locks, and I look out the window, and there's nothing there, because they're not following us anymore. We looked back, and they don't like being seen. I don't know where to start with this, but I can say for certain that I'll never live alone again. This happened about 6 months ago, and I still can't sleep without checking the vents in every room. I still can't walk into my apartment without scanning the ceiling, looking for any signs that something or someone has been there. Even now, just typing this out makes my hands shake. For context, I had just moved into my new apartment a few months before everything started. I'd gotten out of a long-term relationship, and for the first time in years, I wanted a space that was entirely my own. It was a small, one-bedroom unit in a decently nice neighborhood just outside of Seattle. Not a luxury apartment by any means, but cozy. The kind of place where you could hear your neighbors through the walls if they were being too loud, but otherwise it was quiet. That's what I liked about it. Just enough life around me to feel safe, but still peaceful enough to feel like home. I lived on the second floor, and because the building was older, the vents were huge. Not the tiny little slits you see in newer apartments, but the large metal grates. big enough that I could have easily stuck my whole arm inside. They weren't just in the ceiling either. There was one directly on the wall in my bedroom, another in the hallway, and one in the living room near the floor. I didn't think much of it at the time, other than how obnoxiously big they were. I should have thought more about them. It started with little things. I remember the first night I noticed it, because I was lying in bed, exhausted, half asleep, when I heard it. A soft, scratching sound. It wasn't loud, just barely audible over the hum of my ceiling fan. It wasn't even consistent, just a few small noises here and there coming from the vent on my bedroom wall. I remember thinking it was probably just the building settling, or maybe the wind hitting it at a weird angle. But then I heard it again, a faint shuffling. It was so soft that I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. I got up, turned on my bedside lamp, and stared at the vent for a while. It was pitch black behind the metal grate. No movement, no sound. After a few minutes, I shook it off and went back to sleep. The next morning, I forgot about it. For the next few weeks, the noises became something I just got used to. I convinced myself it was mice, maybe even a rat. I knew the idea should have grossed me out, but I figured, what else could it be? The building was old. Maybe the vents were connected to the basement, and some rodents had made their way in. I even called my landlord about it, but she brushed me off, saying they had regular pest control inspections, and I was probably just hearing the pipes. Fine, whatever. It wasn't a big deal. At least not at first. Then, things started moving. It was subtle, small things at first. A cup that I knew I had left on the counter would be in the sink. My keys wouldn't be where I swore I had put them. My blankets looked slightly rumpled when I got home, like someone had been sitting on my bed. Again, I told myself it was just me being absent-minded. Maybe I was adjusting to living alone for the first time. I'd always lived with someone before, so maybe I was just noticing things more. Then one night I woke up to my closet door open. I went back the next morning convinced I'd overreacted. Maybe it really was just a trick of the light. Maybe I'd let my nerves get the best of me. That's what I told myself as I unlocked my door, heart pounding in my chest. The apartment looked the same, nothing out of place. The vent in the living room was secure, no signs of anything being disturbed. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. Then finally I laughed. A nervous, shaky laugh. I had freaked out over nothing. But the feeling didn't go away. The air still felt off, stagnant, heavy, like someone had been breathing in it all night. I shook it off and went about my day, trying to ignore the irrational feeling that someone was watching me. That night I locked my bedroom door. I had never done that before, but something told me I needed to. I told myself it was just to help me sleep better. Around 3 a.m. I woke up to a sound. A long, slow creak. My closet door. I wasn't imagining it this time. I could hear it moving. I went back the next morning, convinced I'd overreacted. Maybe it really was just a trick of the light. Maybe I'd let my nerves get the best of me. That's what I told myself as I unlocked my door, heart pounding in my chest. The apartment looked the same, nothing out of place. The vent in the living room was secure, no signs of anything being disturbed. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. Then finally I laughed, a nervous, shaky laugh. I had freaked out over nothing. But the feeling didn't go away. The air still felt off, stagnant, heavy, like someone had been breathing in it all night. I shook it off and went about my day, trying to ignore the irrational feeling that someone was watching me. That night I locked my bedroom door. I had never done that before, but something told me I needed to. I told myself it was just to help me sleep better. Around 3 a.m. I woke up to a sound. A long, slow creak. My closet door. I wasn't imagining it this time. I could hear it moving. I lay frozen in bed, my body stiff with terror as I listened. My breath was shallow, barely daring to move. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself that maybe I had left a window open, that a draft had pushed it slightly. But my brain kept screaming, "You locked the windows. You locked everything." The door creaked again. This time it was louder, more deliberate. I had to look. Slowly, I turned my head toward the closet. The door was open. Not wide, just a few inches, but it had been closed when I went to bed. My stomach turned. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I gripped the sheets so tightly my fingers ached. I wanted to move, to run, but my body refused to cooperate. Then I heard it. A faint, barely audible shuffling sound, coming from inside the closet. It wasn't loud, just the softest movement, like fabric brushing against something. It could have been the building settling, I told myself. Could have been anything. But then, I heard something that made my blood turn to ice. Breathing. It was faint, slow, controlled, but it was there. Someone was in my closet, hiding, watching me. I nearly screamed, but I clamped my hand over my mouth just in time. I forced myself to stay quiet, my body shaking as I slowly reached for my phone on the nightstand. My fingers trembled as I tried to unlock it, my mind racing with 1,000 panicked thoughts. And then the breathing stopped. Silence. Complete and utter silence. Like whoever or whatever was inside had realized I was awake. I stopped moving, my thumb hovering over the emergency call button. I listened. Nothing. For a full minute, maybe two, I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just listened. And then, from inside the closet, tap, tap, tap. I lost it. I shot up, bolting out of bed so fast that I nearly tripped over my own feet. I fumbled for the doorknob, yanking it open and sprinting down the hall. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I just ran straight out of my apartment, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for air, my fingers still clenched around my phone. I wasn't thinking anymore. I just dialed 911. I could barely get the words out. My voice shook so badly that the operator had to ask me to repeat myself 3 times before she understood me. Someone's in my apartment. The cops showed up fast. I guess my panic must have made them take me seriously this time, because 2 officers were already pulling into the lot within minutes. I stood there, shivering in the cold, my arms wrapped around myself as they went inside. I expected them to come back out within minutes, saying they'd found nothing, that I was imagining things. That's what I had prepared myself for. But they didn't. They were inside for a long time, longer than I expected. And when they finally came out, the look on the older officer's face made my stomach drop. "You said you live alone?" he asked. I nodded, my throat dry. He glanced at his partner before turning back to me. "We found something." I felt like I couldn't breathe. The officer hesitated, then gestured for me to follow. My legs felt like lead as I stepped forward, my entire body numb with fear. They led me back up to my apartment. The door was still open, the hallway light spilling into the darkness. I could barely bring myself to step inside. The younger officer pointed to the hallway vent. It was open. The screws had been completely removed, the grate pulled away. And next to it, sitting just outside the vent, was a small pile of objects. My missing house keys, a half-empty water bottle, a candy wrapper I didn't recognize. But the worst part? A t-shirt. A men's t-shirt. Worn, dirty, not mine. I felt sick. The officer's voice was low when he spoke again. "We checked the ducts." I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to know. But he told me anyway. "The vents are big enough for someone to crawl through. We found signs that someone's been living in there." I must have swayed because the younger officer reached out, steadying me. "Do you know anyone who might have access to your apartment?" the older cop asked. I shook my head. I had no idea who could have been inside. But deep down, something inside me already knew. Whoever it was, they'd been watching me, listening, living inside my walls. The cops didn't find him that night, but that meant one thing. He was still out there, somewhere, and I had no idea for when he was coming back. I didn't go back inside that night. I couldn't. The police had searched every inch of my apartment, but their search had one major flaw: they didn't find him. And if they didn't find him, that meant he could be anywhere. I spent the night at my friend Megan's place. She was the only person I felt comfortable calling that late, though even as I stood in her doorway, shivering, my hands still shaking from adrenaline, I could tell she thought I was overreacting. "You're sure it wasn't just some squatter who got in once and left?" she asked, handing me a blanket. I barely even heard her. I was too busy checking the vents in her apartment, my paranoia now inescapable. "I'm not staying there," I muttered. Megan sighed. "Look, I get it. It's terrifying. But the cops didn't find anyone. Maybe he got scared and left when he realized you called them." I really did, but something in my gut told me she was wrong. Megan let me crash on her couch. I didn't sleep. Every single noise made my skin crawl. Every creak of the apartment above, every distant hum of the air vents kicking on. I flinched at everything. I couldn't stop thinking about the shirt. It had been dirty, crumpled, like it had been worn recently. That meant the person in my vents wasn't just hiding there. They were living there. How long? How long had they been inside my walls? Had they been there since I moved in? Since the day I brought my things inside and thought I was alone? Had they been watching me sleep? I could have thrown up just thinking about it. The next morning, I called my landlord. I didn't even let her talk before I launched into my story, my voice shaking as I demanded she change my locks. She sighed heavily, like I was being dramatic. "The police already checked and they didn't find anything. You said it yourself. There was someone in my vents. Then they're gone now, aren't they?" She refused to take me seriously. I don't know if she thought I was lying or just trying to get out of my lease, but by the end of the conversation it was clear she wasn't going to do a damn thing. That's when I knew. I had to get out of that apartment. I started looking for a new place that same day. I didn't care about breaking my lease. I didn't care about losing my security deposit. I just needed out. That night, I went back to my apartment for the first time since calling the police. Megan came with me, honestly. I don't think I would have gone alone. Walking in felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy, like stepping into a place I didn't belong anymore. I had only come to grab my essentials clothes, toiletries, my work laptop. I wasn't planning to stay. I kept my movements quick, stuffing things into bags as fast as I could. I refused to look at the vents. Then Megan asked, "Did you leave that open?" I turned. She was staring at my bedroom closet. The door was open, only a few inches, just like before. My stomach dropped. I had locked it before I left. I knew I had. My fingers clenched around the strap of my bag. "We're leaving." Megan looked at me, eyes widening. "Don't you want to check number?" I grabbed my bags and practically shoved her out the door. I didn't even bother locking it behind me. I didn't care anymore. We got back to her place, and Megan finally stopped arguing with me. I think, for the first time, she actually believed me. I spent the next few days looking for a new apartment. I didn't go back, not even to pack more things. I just left. Then, 4 days later, I got a call from my landlord. "You're moving out?" she asked. "Yeah," I said flatly. She let out an annoyed sigh. "You could have at least told me instead of abandoning your unit." I didn't respond. She was quiet for a moment. Then her tone shifted. "Well, I'm glad you weren't there last night." My breath caught. "Why?" There was another pause. Then finally she spoke. "The downstairs neighbor called the cops. She heard noises coming from your apartment." My throat went dry. She said it sounded like someone moving around. I felt like I was going to be sick. "She thought maybe you had come back, but when the cops got there, they found the place empty." "What are you saying?" Another pause. "When they checked, the front door was locked," she said. But the vent in your living room was open. I couldn't breathe. They think whoever it was came back. I felt dizzy. My ears were ringing. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, they also found something in your closet. Eyes. What? Another beat of silence. A blanket and some empty water bottles. My pulse stopped, like someone had been sleeping there. I hung up the phone. I sat there, staring at the floor, my hands trembling so violently that my entire body shook with them. The reality of it hit me all at once. I never went back to that apartment, not even once. I didn't care about my furniture, my security deposit, or the things I left behind. Nothing was worth stepping foot in that place again, knowing what had been inside with me. At first, I tried to convince myself that moving away would fix things, that once I was in a new apartment, a new city, a new life, I'd feel safe again. But I didn't. I moved in with Megan for a while, trying to get my footing. She did her best to make me feel comfortable, but I could tell she was worried about me. I wasn't sleeping. I barely ate. Every night, I lay awake in the darkness, my ears tuned to the silence, my eyes locked on the air vent across the room. I knew it was empty. I had checked it 100 times. But that didn't stop me from imagining him in there, waiting, watching, breathing. I couldn't take it anymore. A week after I left the apartment for good, I went to the police station. I didn't know what I expected, I just wanted answers. I wanted to know if they had found him. The officer at the front desk recognized me immediately. I could tell by the way his face shifted, his polite expression faltering for just a second before he forced it back into place. "Ma'am," he said, clearing his throat, "you're the one, wow, from the apartment?" "Yes." My voice came out hoarse. I hadn't spoken much in days. He nodded and glanced at his computer, typing something in. I watched his eyes scan the screen. Then, slowly, he looked back up at me. "There was an investigation," he said carefully. "But the suspect hasn't been identified." I stared at him. "What do you mean?" He exhaled through his nose, clearly choosing his words. "We found evidence that someone had been living in the vents, but we have no leads on who they were." I felt a sickening wave of nausea. "So, he's still out there?" The officer hesitated. "We don't have any reason to believe he's still in the building. He could have been a transient someone, using the ventilation system to move between units. He may have left once he realized the police were involved." I wanted to believe that, but something inside me knew it wasn't that simple. Still, the conversation ended there. No suspect, no arrest, no closure. I went back to Megan's that night and sat in the dark for a long time, staring at the ceiling. My body wouldn't stop shaking. If they hadn't found him, if they hadn't identified him, that meant he was still out there. I tried to move on. I finally found a new place, a small studio in a newer building, with sealed air vents and no crawl spaces. The very first thing I did before signing the lease was inspect every wall, every corner, every possible hiding space. Still, the paranoia followed me. For months, I checked my closets every single night before bed. I lined the vents with furniture, even though I knew there was no space behind them for anyone to hide. I didn't sleep well, ever. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting my fear control me. But some fears aren't irrational. Some fears are born from reality. 6 months later, I got a call from a different police department. It was early, too early, the kind of call that immediately makes your stomach drop before you even answer. The voice on the other end was serious. "Is this my name?" I sat up in bed, gripping my phone. "Yes?" The next sentence made my blood run cold. "We have a man in custody. We believe he may be connected to your case." I sat there silent. My brain couldn't process what I had just heard. The officer continued, "Do you have time to come in for a statement?" I don't remember responding. I don't remember getting dressed. I just remember sitting in that cold, sterile interrogation room, shaking so badly that I could barely hold the cup of coffee they handed me. "We arrested him last night," the detective told me. "Caught him trying to break into an apartment across town." I swallowed hard. "He's been doing this for a while," the detective continued. "Moving from place to place, living inside buildings without being noticed." My voice came out in a whisper. "Who is he?" The detective slid a mugshot across the table. I forced myself to look. The man in the photo was young, mid-30s maybe, thin, almost sickly looking, with sunken eyes and messy, unkempt hair. Not a monster, not a deformed, shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. Just a man. Oh, that made it worse. "He's been doing this for years," the detective said grimly. "We found evidence that he had been living in multiple apartments across the city, sometimes for months at a time." I felt my stomach lurch. "How did he get inside?" The detective's expression darkened. "Through the vents, just like in your case." I wanted to throw up. "He admitted to watching people," the detective continued. "He never interacted, never made contact, but he listened." I couldn't breathe. He said he liked the feeling of being there, without them knowing. I shot up from my seat, my chair scraping against the floor. "I need to leave." The detective didn't stop me. He just nodded. "I understand. That was a year ago. He's in prison now. That should make me feel safe. It should make me feel like I can finally breathe again. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I swear I still hear it. The soft scratching sound, the faint shuffling. Sometimes I wake up and feel like I'm being watched. Like there's something just out of sight, lurking in the shadows. I check the vents every night, even though I know I don't have to. Even though I know he's locked away. Because the truth is, I don't think I'll ever feel safe again. Not completely. Because for a long time, I had never been alone. I had just thought I was. And that's what haunts me the most. It was late afternoon when I pulled into the gas station, the kind of dusty, single-pump place you'd see in the background of a thriller movie and think, "Don't stop there." But my tank was almost on E, and the next exit wasn't for another 40 miles. I was already running on fumes and pushing my luck. The building itself was squat, whitewashed, and faded, half its letters missing from the old signage above the door. There was a red neon open sign in the window, barely flickering to life in the dying daylight. I parked by the only pump, killed the engine, and checked the mirror. Nothing but a flat 2-lane highway behind me, empty fields and trees ahead, not another soul in sight. I grabbed my wallet, stepped out, and the heat hit me like a punch. Dry, still, and heavy. The kind of air that makes your skin feel sticky the moment you're out in it. There was no card reader on the pump, so I walked inside. The bell above the door gave a weak jingle, and he was already standing there behind the counter like he'd been waiting. He was older than I expected, late 50s, maybe early 60s, greasy gray hair tied back into a stubby ponytail, yellowed eyes that tracked every inch of me the second I stepped in. "Afternoon," he said, voice slow and low. "Hey," I replied, keeping it neutral. "Need to fill up. Pump one." He didn't move to activate anything, just looked at me a little too long before nodding. "Where you headed?" I smiled politely. "Just passing through." His eyes lingered. "Long drive. You going alone?" My gut clenched, but I didn't show it. "No," I said quickly. "My husband's in the car." He raised his eyebrows a little, like I'd surprised him. "That right?" he said. "Didn't see him. Must be the tinted windows." I didn't respond. Instead, I stepped back toward the door. "You want a bottle of water for the road?" he asked suddenly. "Hot day. You look like you've been driving a while." "I'm good, thanks." He reached under the counter, pulled out a small plastic bottle, and set it down. "Free," he said, smiling wider, "on the house." I stared at it, then looked back at him. There was something in that smile, too much teeth, too much intention, the kind of smile that makes your skin itch. "No thanks," I said again. I turned and walked out, feeling his eyes on my back the whole way. As soon as I got in the car, I hit the lock button. The engine fired up, the AC roaring to life. I adjusted the mirror, about to pull out, when something in the rear view caught my attention. The man. He was outside now, walking around the back of the building with his phone pressed to his ear. I watched him stop, glance toward my car, and then quickly turn away. A spike of ice shot through my spine. I backed out and hit the road. The sun was lower now, shadows stretching long across the asphalt as I sped west. No traffic, no signs, just miles of nothing, the occasional rusted mailbox at the edge of a dirt driveway. I kept checking my mirrors, nothing behind me but dust. I told myself I was overreacting. I'd watched too many horror movies. He was probably just being weird, small-town weird, the kind of too friendly that gets filtered through awkwardness and poor social skills. But I couldn't shake the look he gave me, the way his tone shifted when I said I wasn't alone, like he'd already decided I was lying. After 20 minutes of quiet driving, I let out a shaky breath and turned up the radio, trying to distract myself. And that's when I saw the headlights in the mirror. A truck. Big, boxy, pickup style. I leaned forward slightly, watching as it gained on me slowly, but deliberately. It wasn't the same car from the station. That guy hadn't been driving a truck. But something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. It didn't pass me, just hovered a little too close, far too steady. I checked for plates. There weren't any. No front plate, no rear plate. My stomach dropped. I tapped the brakes lightly, just enough to signal. The truck didn't back off. I changed lanes. So did it. I slowed. It slowed. I sped up. It followed. I gripped the wheel tighter. No towns nearby, no rest stops, just this stretch of highway, growing darker by the second. I pulled out my phone, heart pounding, and checked for service. 1 bar, maybe 2, then nothing. No signal. My hands started to sweat. I turned the volume on the radio down and tried to breathe, eyes flicking from the road to the mirror to the road again. Still behind me. I turned off onto a narrow service road, gravel crunching beneath my tires, dust clouding the mirror. The truck didn't follow. For a second, I thought I'd lost it. But then, just as I reached a bend in the trees, I caught the glint of headlights turning in. It was back. Slower now. Like it didn't care about keeping up. Like it knew there was nowhere else for me to go. I reached into the glove box, fumbling through receipts and napkins, until I found the pepper spray I'd bought months ago and never used. I held it in one hand while steering with the other. This was real. This was happening. I had no idea who was driving that truck, but I knew it wasn't random. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour. The man at the gas station had made a call. I knew it in my bones. He hadn't followed me, he'd sent someone. My phone buzzed. For half a second, I thought maybe I'd gotten service back. But it wasn't a call. It was a text. From an unknown number. You shouldn't have lied. I almost dropped the phone. I looked in the mirror again. The truck's headlights flashed once, then went dark. Still there. Still following. But now in the dark. No lights, no sound. Just the outline of a shape moving behind me. I pressed the gas. The gravel road turned narrow, tighter, lined by woods on both sides. No more signs. No more exits. Just me. And him. The trees closed in on either side like ribs. My high beams cut through the darkness, barely illuminating the road ahead, which had gone from gravel to dirt. My knuckles were white on the wheel, the pepper spray clenched in my other hand, shaking just enough that I had to rest it on my leg to steady it. The truck behind me wasn't using its lights anymore. I only knew it was there because I could see faint movement in the shadows, the slight sway of branches from displaced air. No engine noise, no headlights. Just the presence of something massive creeping through the woods behind me, using the dark like it belonged to it. The phone sat in the passenger seat. I kept glancing at it, hoping for a flicker of signal, anything. But it was blank, useless. The text still glared on the screen. You shouldn't have lied. I tried to think through the options. If I kept driving, I'd eventually have to stop. The road couldn't go on forever. If I turned off and tried to hide, I'd be easy to box in. I needed a town, a house, a person. But this wasn't the kind of area where you stumbled on someone's front porch. This was the kind of place where people had no trespassing signs and pit bulls. This was the kind of place where you disappeared, and no one asked too many questions. Another bend in the road, then another. Still behind me. Still no headlights. Then movement. Off to the right, a shape darting between trees, fast, low to the ground. A second person? I nearly veered off the path, jerking the wheel to avoid something that might have been nothing at all. My tires hit a patch of soft dirt and skidded before regaining grip. I hit the gas harder. Branches scraped the roof. The undercarriage rattled. Every bump in the road sounded like bones snapping under the tires. My brain was running in loops. Why me? Was this a thing? Something organized? A network? Did they wait at those back road stations looking for people like me alone, tired, just enough out of their comfort zone not to fight back? I thought about the man behind the counter, the way he smiled too long, the way he didn't even blink when I said my husband was in the car, like he was testing me. I failed the test. Now someone else was driving behind me, sent by him or working with him, and they wanted something. What, I couldn't guess, but nothing good. Then ahead something new. Lights. Not headlights, floodlights. Two of them, faint through the trees. I blinked, trying to make sense of them. A structure, a house? I kept driving, steering toward the light, desperate now. The road curved hard left and opened into a small clearing. A trailer sat at the center. Old, beat up, covered in rust and shadow. The floodlights were mounted high on poles, aimed down at the clearing like they were set up to deter animals or people. I slowed to a crawl, unsure if I was walking into safety or something worse. There was a truck in the drive. An old one. Not the one following me. My car coasted to a stop. I looked in the mirror. Nothing. For the first time in nearly 30 minutes, I didn't see the shadow of the truck behind me. Had it stopped? I rolled the window down slightly, listening. Crickets, wind, my own breathing. And then the screen door of the trailer creaked open. A man stepped out, mid-40s, beard, work boots, holding a beer in one hand, phone in the other. He stared at me. I hesitated, then opened my door, leaving the engine running. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound normal. "Sorry to bother you. I think someone's following me." He didn't respond. He took a long sip of his beer, eyes never leaving me. I stepped closer. "Did you see a truck come through here?" "Nothing." I took another step. He finally spoke. "What color?" My stomach twisted. He knew. He knew. Dark green, no plates. He scratched his beard, glanced back into the trailer. Then casually he said, "Didn't see one." He said it too smoothly, too practiced, like someone reciting a line. I backed away. "Sorry," I mumbled. "I'll keep moving." He didn't stop me. Didn't ask if I needed help. Didn't offer a phone, or directions, or even pretend to care. He just turned and went back inside. I got back in my car and reversed out of the clearing, nearly hitting a tree in my hurry. Back onto the dirt road. No more lights, no more houses, no more people. I drove. Fast. Every noise outside the car made my chest tighten. Every shadow was a person. Every tree was a silhouette. Then another buzz from the phone. Another text. "Don't trust the house." I stared at it in disbelief. Then my headlights hit something ahead. A second car, parked sideways across the road, blocking the path. My heart dropped. No one inside. I slowed to a stop, 10 feet from the vehicle. Just long enough to see the outline of movement in the trees again. Left side this time. Then the right. Then directly in front of me, emerging from the shadows, a figure. Not the man from the gas station. Not the man from the trailer. Someone else entirely. Wearing a hoodie, hands in his pockets. Standing perfectly still. And smiling. I shifted into reverse and hit the gas, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't care where I ended up. I just needed to get away. My tires skidded across the dirt as I threw the car into reverse, gravel spraying out behind me like a warning. The man in the hoodie didn't flinch. He just stood there in the road, blocking my path forward, smiling like he already knew I wasn't getting away. The further I backed up, the narrower the road felt. The trees seemed to push closer, their gnarled limbs clawing at the side mirrors, tapping the roof like fingers trying to find a way in. I hit a bend too fast and nearly fishtailed, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. There was no way I was staying anywhere near that blocked road. Not with a stranger waiting and those half-seen figures in the trees. I drove backward until I found a clearing wide enough to turn around without ending up in a ditch. Once I had the car facing the other direction, I floored it. I didn't care if I blew a tire or cracked the undercarriage. I just needed distance. The sky was dark now, moonless. My headlights were the only thing lighting the way, bouncing erratically with every rut and dip in the road. At some point, I realized I was crying. Not sobbing, just this steady stream of tears running down my face, cold and silent. My hands ached from gripping the wheel so tightly. My lower back was screaming from the tension. I glanced at my phone again, still no service. But the screen was on, lit up with the last text. Don't trust the house. What house? The trailer? Or was there something else ahead they didn't want me to find? That phrase spun around in my head, mixing with the memory of the man behind the gas station counter and the one outside the trailer, too calm, too blank, like none of this was new to them. I drove until the road smoothed out again. Gravel turned to cracked pavement, a small relief. Then, finally, I saw a sign. Millersville, 8 miles. Civilization, maybe. But after everything that had happened, even the idea of another town made my skin crawl. Who was to say they weren't in on it too? Still, I had no other choice. I kept driving, slowing only when I spotted another car ahead, this one parked on the side of the road, half hidden in the trees. I tensed up, easing off the gas. But no one was inside. It looked abandoned, dusty, like it had been there a while. Still, I didn't stop. Not until I reached the outskirts of Millersville. The first thing I saw was a small diner, its neon sign flickering, one of the letters burnt out. There was a payphone out front, the kind I hadn't seen in years. I pulled in, parked close to the building, and scanned the lot. 3 other cars, all empty. I didn't go inside. Not yet. Instead, I walked straight to the payphone, digging in my glove box for coins like it was 1,995. I called my sister. It rang once, twice. Then, hello? Her voice almost cracked me. Jules, I said, nearly whispering. It's me. Where the hell are you? I've been texting you all night. I don't have service. I looked around. I don't know. Somewhere near Millersville, I think. Something weird happened. Weird how? I hesitated. I think someone's been following me. Silence. Like actually following? Or... Jules, I'm serious. I stopped for gas. The guy was off. He called someone. And then this truck with no plates started tailing me for miles. There were people in the woods. A car blocking the road. Hi. I think I almost walked into something bad. Her voice went tight. Where are you now? A diner. I'm gonna go inside and ask if I can use their phone to call the police. Just stay on the line. I'm pulling up your location now. Stay put. I hung up the payphone and walked inside the diner. The bell jingled, and a blast of warm air hit me, greasy and thick with the smell of fried food. A few people were seated at booths, none of them paying much attention. The waitress behind the counter looked up. "Evening," she said. "Help you?" I nodded, trying to steady my voice. "Is there a landline I can use? I need to call the police." Her expression didn't change. Not surprise, not concern, just still. "We don't give out our phone, hon." I blinked. It's an emergency. Someone was following me. "You're safe now," she said, her voice flat. "You can sit, get a bite. It's all quiet out here." "No," I said, backing toward the door. "I just need to make a call." Behind me, the door opened. I turned. A man stepped in. Not the gas station guy, not hoodie man, but his face was familiar. It took a second, then it hit me. He was in one of the pictures on the wall, a framed photo near the entrance locals, posing out front of the diner, smiling. I'd seen him just seconds earlier, standing in the photo. Now here he was, wearing the same shirt. He smiled at me. "Long night?" he asked. I didn't respond. The waitress glanced at him, then at me. Something passed between them, an understanding I wasn't part of. I stepped outside, letting the door swing shut behind me. My heart pounded. I ran to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. The lights inside the diner flickered once. Then again. I checked my phone. Still no service. No texts, no calls. Just a new notification from a number with no name. "They already know you're here." I didn't scream. I couldn't. All I could do was start the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely keep them on the wheel. And then, slowly, I backed out of the lot and drove back into the dark. I drove fast. Not reckless fast, just that kind of steady speed that keeps your mind from unraveling. My high beam stayed on, bouncing off trees and road signs as I put more distance between me and that diner. My eyes kept going to the rearview mirror, waiting for headlights, waiting for someone to step out from the trees. But the road stayed empty. Just the hum of tires on pavement and the soft rattle of something loose in my glove box. My hands were raw from how tight I'd been gripping the wheel all night. Every muscle in my back ached. My head throbbed behind my eyes, like my body was screaming for sleep, but my mind refused to shut down. The text stayed open on my phone. "They already know you're here." I didn't know what that meant, not really. But every person I'd seen since leaving the gas station, the man behind the counter, the guy at the trailer, the man in the hoodie, the people at the diner, they all felt connected. And now it felt like Millersville wasn't just a stop on the map. It was part of something bigger, something I'd accidentally walked into. I thought back to the gas station again, how the man had smiled too wide, how he'd insisted I take the water. He'd tried to slow me down, tried to keep me there. Why? What would have happened if I'd stayed even 5 minutes longer? I passed a faded sign for another county and noticed my gas was low again. A quarter tank, maybe a little less. I hadn't seen another station in miles. I didn't want to stop again, but I couldn't risk breaking down in the middle of nowhere either. 10 more minutes passed before I spotted a sign, gas, 2 miles. I hesitated, then took the exit. The road dipped, leading into a denser patch of woods, darker than before. The trees here leaned closer to the road, casting long shadows that looked like figures standing still. Then I saw the station. Small, old, lit by a single overhead bulb flickering like it was on its last breath. But it was open. The neon sign buzzed in the window, the only color in a world gone gray. I pulled in slowly, scanning the lot. One car parked on the side, no one inside. The building itself was quiet, no movement behind the glass. I hesitated, then grabbed my wallet, leaving my phone on the seat. I wasn't going far. As soon as I stepped out, the night air hit me cool, sharp, like the first time I'd really felt the weather since this all began. I approached the pump. Card reader broken. Of course. I headed for the door, mentally rehearsing what I'd say. Keep it short. Pay for gas. Don't talk too much. Trust no one. I pushed the door open, and the bell jingled. Behind the counter was a woman in her 40s. Dark hair pulled back, heavy makeup. She looked up and gave me a small, tired smile. "Evening," she said. "Hi, just $10 on pump 1. She nodded, didn't ask any questions, took my card, ran it. I watched her closely. No weird smile. No lingering eye contact. No questions about whether I was alone. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Bathroom's out back if you need it," she said, pointing toward the side door. "I'm good. Just needed the gas." She handed back my card. "Be safe out there." For once, it sounded like she meant it. I nodded and turned to leave. I made it halfway to the pump before I saw the man. He was standing across the road, just at the edge of the tree line, still watching. Same hoodie, same outline, same person from earlier. He hadn't followed me in a car. He'd walked. Or maybe he'd been there the whole time. I turned back toward the station, ready to run, to shout, to warn the woman. But when I looked through the window, she was gone. Not behind the counter. Not anywhere. I stood frozen, staring. Then, slowly, the lights inside the station began to dim. Not off. Just down. Like someone was turning a dial. And then the neon sign went dark. I backed up, got in the car, locked the doors. The man across the road hadn't moved. I turned the key. Engine roared to life. I didn't even bother finishing the fill-up. I threw it into gear and peeled out, tires screaming against the pavement. I checked the mirror once I got back to the main road. The man was gone. Back on the highway, the dread settled deeper into my gut. There was no escaping this. No matter where I turned, Someone was waiting, watching. Every stop felt coordinated. Every face part of something I didn't understand. The people weren't working together in a traditional sense, no matching clothes, no visible signals. But they knew, each one of them knew I wasn't supposed to be there, knew I was alone, knew how scared I was, and they enjoyed it. That was the worst part. They enjoyed it. Around 3 a.m., I finally saw another sign of life. A motel. Old, run down, but lit. Vacancy, the sign said in flickering red. I didn't want to stop, but I couldn't keep driving forever. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out how the hell to get out of this maze. I pulled in, shut off the engine, and just sat there for a minute, listening. Nothing but the wind. I grabbed my phone. Still no signal. But a new message had arrived anyway. Room 6, leave your key in the door. My mouth went dry. I checked the battery, 10% left. I looked at the motel office. The door was open. Inside, a man stood behind the counter, smiling. Same smile. Too wide. Too still. Like he'd been expecting me. I didn't get out of the car right away. I sat there with the engine idling, watching the office through the windshield, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to get out. The man behind the counter hadn't moved. He was just standing there, staring at the front door, not at me, not even out the window, but like he already knew I was watching him. I looked down at the message again. Room 6, leave your key in the door. No number, no sender. The phone still said no service. There was no reason I should have gotten that text. Unless whoever sent it didn't need a network. Unless they were already inside it. I looked back up at the man in the office. He was gone. I blinked and leaned forward, scanning the front window, but the counter was empty. I locked the doors again and killed the headlights. The motel was dark enough now that I felt exposed even sitting inside the car. The sign still buzzed above me, casting everything in red. I thought about turning around and driving away. I still could. The tank wasn't full, but it'd get me at least another 50 miles. That had to be far enough to get out of whatever trap I'd driven into, right? But something kept me parked. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was a need to understand what was really happening. I felt like I'd stepped into a script that everyone else had read but me. Everyone I'd met, the guy at the gas station, the waitress, the man in the hoodie, they all played their parts without blinking. And I was the outsider who didn't know the ending. That kind of fear gets inside you, makes you freeze, even when you know you should run. Finally, I turned off the ignition and got out. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes. Every step toward the motel office sounded louder than it should have, like the world was holding its breath. The office door creaked open with barely a push. No one inside. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old cigarettes. There was a lamp on the counter and a bell. The register was one of those old-school flip number types, dust-covered, barely functioning. A room key sat on the desk. Plastic fob, number 6, printed in faded black letters. I didn't want to touch it. I did anyway. When I picked it up, a piece of paper slid out from underneath it, small, yellowed, folded twice. It said, in neat block letters, "One night, that's all you get." That was it. No signature. No date. Just that sentence. I didn't want the room. I didn't want to stay. But something told me that if I left now without taking the key, without playing along the thing chasing me, wouldn't stop. Maybe it wouldn't stop even if I did. But at least if I stayed, maybe I'd learn something. Maybe I'd figure out what the hell this was. I walked out into the night again and found room 6 halfway down the strip. A single light flickered above the door. The curtains were drawn. The door was closed. I slid the key into the lock, and for a second, my hand hesitated. Then I turned it. The door opened. The room was normal. Ugly, sure. Pale yellow walls, mismatched furniture, carpet that looked like it hadn't been vacuumed since the 90s. But normal. And empty. No one inside. No sign of life. The bed was made. A single lamp glowed beside it. The bathroom door was slightly ajar. I stepped in, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I set the key on the nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't take off my shoes. Didn't move much at all, actually. Just sat there and stared at the wall for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have dozed off. But I woke up to the sound of a knock. 3 sharp raps on the door. I sat bolt upright, adrenaline snapping me awake. I checked the time. 3:14 a.m. Of course it was. The knock came again. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't speak. Whoever was out there didn't knock again. Instead, I heard the soft tap, tap, tap of footsteps moving past my window. Slow. Deliberate. Then nothing. I waited 10 minutes before I got up. I opened the bathroom door first. Empty. Then I approached the window. I pulled the curtain back slowly, just an inch, and peered out. The parking lot was empty. No other cars. No sign of anyone walking. But on the hood of my car, in the condensation that had formed in the night, there was something written. Almost done. I stepped back and let the curtain fall shut. I didn't sleep again. Morning came too slowly. By the time the sky began to lighten, I was packed and standing by the door with my keys in one hand and the pepper spray in the other. I opened the door just as the motel office lights flicked on. The man from the night before, the one I'd seen behind the counter, was walking out with a cup of coffee. He looked at me, nodded once, and kept walking. Didn't speak. Didn't ask how I slept. Just walked across the lot and disappeared around the side of the building. I got in my car, started it, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, I saw a single bar of signal appear on my phone. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, just long enough for one more message to come through. You'll forget all of this by tomorrow, but we won't. Then the signal disappeared again, and I drove away from room 6, praying the road ahead didn't lead me back to where I started. The highway stretched out ahead of me, empty and pale in the morning light. It looked peaceful, almost innocent, like it hadn't just swallowed me whole the night before. I kept driving. No music, no radio, just the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional rattle from the loose panel near the glove box. I didn't stop. Not when I passed a diner, not when I passed a gas station, not even when the needle hovered close to empty again. I didn't trust any of it anymore. And I don't know how long I drove, maybe hours, maybe all day. I just kept going until the landscape began to change. The trees got taller, the air clearer. Fewer dead patches of road and more signs of life. I passed a sign that made me start to believe I might be okay. State line 3 miles. Crossing out of wherever I'd been felt like some sort of checkpoint in my head. Like the further I got from that motel, from Millersville, from the gas station and the man in the hoodie, the more I'd return to myself. But there was something else. Something I hadn't expected. I couldn't remember the route I'd taken. Not exactly. When I tried to retrace it, to piece it together logically, it didn't add up. Roads that weren't on maps. Turns I never meant to make. The gas station. It wasn't listed anywhere I could find, not even in satellite view. Millersville? Too many results across different states. None of them looked familiar. Even the motel was a blank. I pulled into a bigger town sometime just after noon. It had a police station, a couple of fast food chains, even a grocery store with a parking lot full of cars. For the first time in over 24 hours, I felt like I wasn't alone in the worst possible way. I parked in front of the police station and walked in. No dramatics, no shouting. I just asked to speak to someone. The officer they sent out was a woman in her early 40s. She offered me coffee. I said yes, even though my hands were shaking too badly to hold the cup. "Take your time," she said, sliding a notepad across the table. "Just start from the beginning." So I told her. Everything. The gas station, the man, the truck with no plates, the people who always seemed to know where I'd be, the messages, the diner, the trailer, the motel. Room 6. I didn't leave anything out. She wrote things down, not everything, just enough. When I was finished, she nodded slowly and set her pen down. "Do you still have your phone?" she asked. I handed it over. She looked through it, saw the texts, the no service screen. She asked if I'd downloaded any new apps recently. I hadn't. Then she asked if she could take it in the back for a minute. I said sure. 15 minutes later, she came back and set the phone in front of me. "There's nothing there." I blinked. "What do you mean?" "No messages, no call logs, no location data, nothing from the last 48 hours, like it was wiped." I felt my breath catch in my throat. "I didn't delete anything." "I believe you." She wasn't patronizing. She sounded like she meant it, but the way she said it like this wasn't the first time someone had come in with a story like mine that unsettled me even more. Then she said something I'll never forget. "You'd be surprised how many people come through here with pieces of the same story, different details, same bones. Woman traveling alone, weird gas station, people watching from nowhere. A motel that doesn't show up on maps. They always end up here, or somewhere like here. I stared at her. You're saying this happens a lot? She hesitated. I'm saying it's not unheard of. I swallowed hard. So what is it? She sighed, leaned back in her chair. Could be people, some weird ring of folks who like to mess with travelers. Could be something stranger. I don't pretend to know. But I do know this: everyone who makes it out, like you did, ends up changed. Not all of them physically, but they remember, even if no one else does. I didn't know what to say. I asked her what I was supposed to do now. She shrugged. Go home. Let your people know you're okay. Get some sleep. And if you ever get another message, don't answer it. That night, I checked into a normal hotel, one with security cameras and a lobby full of tired families and businessmen eating vending machine snacks. I slept with the lights on. When I got back home 2 days later, everything looked the same. But I didn't feel the same. I checked my doors 3 times before bed. I stopped going for long drives alone. I traded my car, and a month later, even though nothing was wrong with it, just didn't like the memories attached. I told my sister everything. She believed me, or at least pretended to. She's good like that. Eventually, I went back to work. I tried to move on. And mostly, I did. But every so often I'd be walking through the grocery store or pumping gas or sitting in traffic, and I'd feel it. That same pressure. Like eyes on the back of my neck. Like someone was keeping track of me. Making sure I didn't talk too much. Or ask too many questions. I started writing it all down, every detail I could remember, in case it ever happened again, in case someone else needed to know they weren't losing their mind. I never heard from them again. Not directly. But one night, maybe 6 months later, I was cleaning out an old backpack I hadn't used since the trip, and I found something wedged deep in the bottom pocket. A key. Plastic fob. Room 6. No note. No explanation. Just the key. I didn't scream. Didn't panic. I just held it in my hand for a long time, then walked to the trash can and dropped it in. Because I wasn't going back. Not ever. Whatever game they were playing, whatever system they used to find people like me, I was done. I'd made it out, and that was enough. Let someone else take the room next time. This started about 2 weeks ago. I didn't think much of it at first, just one of those weird moments you chalk up to being tired or having too much on your mind, but it stuck with me. And now it's getting harder to explain away. I work late shifts, 4 to midnight, sometimes later, depending on how slammed we get. The drive home's about 40 minutes, and most of it is back roads, 2-lane highways, thick trees on both sides, barely any traffic. It's quiet, too quiet sometimes. There's this bridge on the way home, real old, narrow. It crosses over the Stillwater River. Locals call it Miller's Bridge. though I've never figured out why. Nothing historical about it as far as I know. No plaque, no signs, just a plain steel and concrete structure barely wide enough for two cars to pass at the same time. I've been driving that route for almost 3 years now, and I've never had any issues, until that night. It was a Tuesday, quiet shift. I left around 12:30, maybe closer to 1. I remember because I looked at the dashboard clock right before I turned onto the road leading to the bridge. The radio was off, just the hum of the engine and the occasional bump from uneven pavement. As I approached the bridge, I noticed something in the distance. A figure, standing dead center in the middle of the bridge. At first, I thought it was a person, someone walking home maybe. There's a bar a few miles back. Maybe they were too drunk to drive and tried to hoof it across. I slowed down, flicked on my high beams. They didn't react, just stood there, facing away from me. The weird thing was, even with the lights on them, I couldn't make out any details, no coat color, no outline of a backpack. Just this dark shape, upright, still, almost like a cutout placed in the road. I tapped my horn, quick, not aggressive. Nothing. Didn't flinch, didn't look. By now I'd come to a near stop, maybe 20 feet from them. And that's when the air shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The air just felt wrong, heavier, like when a storm's about to hit and everything goes still, but the sky was clear. No wind, no reason for it. I inched forward slowly. My tires rolled onto the metal grating of the bridge. The figure still didn't move. And then, as I passed it maybe 5 feet away, it turned its head. Not fast, just smoothly. One motion. I caught a glimpse. No face. Or maybe it had one, but it was too dark to see. Not like shadows from bad lighting, like actual darkness, like looking at something behind frosted glass. I didn't stop to investigate. I hit the gas, drove straight home with my heart beating somewhere in my throat. By the time I got to my place, I had talked myself out of it, told myself it was someone playing a prank. A mannequin maybe, some messed up art project. I was tired. Maybe I saw it wrong. That worked for a night. The next time I worked, it was Thursday. Same shift, same route. And I'll be honest, I didn't think about it much until I turned onto the stretch of road leading to the bridge. Then my chest tightened. I slowed down before I even saw anything. But there it was. Same spot. Same figure. Still facing away. I didn't stop this time. I drove past without slowing, eyes locked straight ahead, hands tight on the wheel. And again, as I passed, it turned its head. I didn't look directly at it, just caught it in the corner of my eye. But I knew. It was watching me. That night I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape, standing in the middle of the road like it belonged there. I started changing my route after that. There's a longer way home, about 10 extra minutes, but it goes around the river completely. No bridge, no one in the road, just more turns and a little more gas. It worked for a while. 3 nights passed, no figure, no weird feelings. I started thinking maybe it had been real people after all. Just some kids messing around. Maybe even a coincidence 2 nights in a row. Wrong place, wrong time. Then came the 4th night. I took the long way home, got in around 1:30 in the morning, parked in my usual spot, lights off, house quiet. And then I saw it. At the end of my driveway. Standing in the shadows between the 2 street lamps. Same height, same shape. Still. Watching. I didn't move. Didn't get out of the car for almost 20 minutes. Just sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to slow my breathing, trying to convince myself it was something else. A mailbox, a trash bin, a neighbor out for a smoke. But it wasn't. Because after a while, it stepped back. 1 step. Then another. Then disappeared behind the hedges. I jumped out of the car, slammed the door, ran inside, locked everything, checked the backyard, every window, every door. Nothing. I didn't see it again that night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it had followed me, that maybe it hadn't been waiting at the bridge after all. Maybe it had been tracking me, like it had been letting me see it on purpose. I told a friend about it the next day, left out some of the weirder details, tried to keep it light, said I thought someone was messing with me, showing up on the road late at night. He laughed it off. Probably a bored teenager, he said, or a weirdo. Just carry pepper spray. But this wasn't that. This felt different. It didn't feel like a person. Not anymore. I started sleeping with the lights on. I started checking the driveway every night before bed. And every now and then, even when I don't see anything out there, I get this feeling like something's just out of view. Watching. Waiting. I started noticing other things. Not big, dramatic moments. Just little stuff. Stuff that probably wouldn't mean much to anyone else, but once it starts piling up, you stop being able to ignore it. For example, my motion light in the driveway, it started going off randomly. Never used to. I've lived in this house 4 years, and unless a raccoon or a late Amazon guy showed up, it stayed off. But now, it clicks on around the same time each night. Sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning. Always. At first I thought it was a bug or maybe something small tripping the sensor. I even checked the camera I had over the garage. Nothing. Just a flash of light and empty frames. The image would fuzz for a second, almost like interference, then come back normal. One night I set an alarm for 2:15 just to watch it happen. Sure enough, right on time, the motion light blinked on. I looked out the window. Nobody there. But the weirdest part, a few seconds later, my phone buzzed. One new voicemail, no call, just the message. I didn't recognize the number. It was listed as unknown. I stood in the dark kitchen, phone in hand, heart already pounding, and hit play. There was nothing at first, just static. Then something faint, a sound like wind, and under that, something I can only describe as breathing. It wasn't loud, it wasn't clear, but it was there. Labored, uneven, close to the mic, like someone was pressing the phone to their mouth but didn't want to speak. It lasted about 12 seconds. Then silence. I deleted it. Not because I wanted to forget it, but because I didn't want to hear it again. Once was enough. After that, I started parking inside the garage again. I hadn't done that in months, but the idea of leaving my car out in the open just felt wrong, exposed. Like I was inviting something closer. I started keeping the blinds closed, locked the back gate, put a piece of wood in the sliding door track just in case. I didn't tell anyone else. Not really. A couple of coworkers joked that I looked tired, but I just blamed the night shift. Didn't want to explain that I was scared of my own driveway. But then it started happening when I wasn't even home. I had a friend over for a football game one Saturday. His name's Colin, known him since college. Solid guy, never been the superstitious type. We were sitting in the living room with the windows open, having beers and half paying attention to the screen. Just a normal evening. Then Colin got quiet. I didn't notice at first, but after a few seconds he was just staring at the side window. I followed his gaze. Nothing was there, just the fence, the bushes, the edge of the yard. "You all right?" I asked. He blinked and shook his head, thought I saw someone out there. I paused, like, in the yard. "Yeah, maybe." He leaned forward, squinting, not moving, just standing behind the bushes. "But I don't see them now." I stood up and walked to the window, opened it wider. Nothing. I wanted to tell him what I'd been seeing, but I didn't. Instead, I said, "Probably a trick of the light." But I could tell he didn't buy it. Not fully. The rest of the night, he kept glancing out the window. He left early. Said he had a headache. I walked him out to his car, stood in the driveway until he pulled away, just in case. When I turned to go back inside, I noticed something near the garage. A mark in the dirt. At first, I thought it was from a shoe, but when I knelt down with a flashlight, I realized it wasn't a footprint. It looked more like a drag mark. Like someone had scraped their heel slowly across the ground, almost deliberately. There were 4 lines, parallel, too wide to be from a dog or a raccoon. I didn't touch it. I didn't even take a photo. I just stood there until the light on my phone timed out, and the dark folded back in. I started sleeping in the living room after that. Something about being upstairs made me feel too far from the door. I needed to be closer, to hear if someone came in. I'd doze off on the couch with the television on low, volume just high enough to drown out the night. It didn't help. The dreams started around then. Always the same. I'm driving. It's late. The road is empty. I reach the bridge, and there he is, standing in the middle. But in the dream, I don't stop. I drive straight through him. And the sound it makes, that crunch, that wet thud, it sticks in my chest like a splinter every time. The worst part? He turns and looks at me after I pass. Even in the dream. He always looks. Last night was the worst so far. I'd been dozing on the couch again, some infomercial buzzing quietly on the television. I remember checking the time, 2:08. Then the motion light snapped on. I sat up. Didn't move right away. Then, slowly, I got up, walked to the window, pulled the curtain back, and there he was, standing in the yard, not at the end of the driveway, not on the bridge, in the yard, just standing there, maybe 10 feet from the back door, closer than ever. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel him watching me. I stood there, frozen, heart racing, every nerve in my body screaming to do something, call someone, take a picture, yell. But I didn't. I just stood there. Then he took one step forward. That was it. One slow step. I backed away from the window, locked the door, and sat on the floor behind the couch for the rest of the night. Didn't sleep. Didn't move. Just waited. By morning, he was gone. No marks in the yard. No blurry image on the camera. Just sunlight coming in through the blinds like none of it ever happened. But I know he was there. I felt it in my bones. And now I don't think he's just following me. I think he's trying to get in. I spent most of the day pretending it hadn't happened. I went through the motions, made breakfast, answered work emails, took the trash out like nothing was wrong, but every time I passed a window, I felt it again. That tight, crawling sensation at the base of my neck, like something was just outside of view, waiting, watching. It was the same feeling I had on the bridge, and I was starting to think maybe it had never left me. Around midday, I got a call from my mom. I almost didn't answer, but I needed something normal to hold on to. She wanted to catch up, asked if I'd thought about visiting soon. I told her work had been crazy, but yeah, I'd think about it. I must have sounded off, though, because she asked me twice if I was okay. I said I was fine. She didn't push, she never does. When I hung up, I sat in the kitchen for a while, staring at the door to the backyard. The lock was still in place. I'd even jammed a chair under the knob, like that would actually help if someone or something wanted to come in. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? There's a shadow man in my yard every night, and he might not be human. They'd laugh me off the line. Instead, I went back to the bridge. Not at night, broad daylight, middle of the afternoon. I needed to see it in the sun, to take some of the fear away, or maybe to prove to myself that it was just a road, just a crossing over water, and not the thing that had turned my life upside down. The drive was uneventful. The road was just as I remembered, quiet, lined with trees, a little too empty. I passed 2 cars the entire way. When I got to the bridge, I pulled off to the side and parked just before the grating, got out, stood at the edge. Nothing unusual. Just a narrow old bridge with rust on the rails and weeds growing through the cracks at the shoulder. The water below was muddy and slow, barely moving. I walked across it. Halfway through, I stopped and looked around. No strange figures, no cold wind, no voice in my ear. Just birds chirping and the creak of the metal under my feet. Still, my skin crawled the entire time. I made it across, turned around, and walked back to the car. As I reached for the door handle, something caught my eye. A small sticker, maybe 2 inches wide, had been stuck to the rear windshield. I leaned in to look. It was that same symbol, the broken eye. No words, just that, as if someone wanted me to know that they knew I'd come. I didn't touch it. I didn't even get in the car right away. I just stood there, staring at the glass, heart pounding, palms sweating. Someone had been here, and not long ago. I checked my phone. No new messages, no unknown calls, but I felt watched, like I wasn't alone on that road. When I finally drove home, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I expected to see him there, sitting in the back seat, or maybe walking along the side of the road. But I didn't. Not that day. That night, I tried to sleep in my bed again, closed the blinds, locked every window, double-checked the garage. I even shoved a heavy chair in front of the bedroom door like I was trying to barricade myself in. It didn't help. Sometime around 2:20, I woke up suddenly. Not from a noise, from a feeling. That same stillness, that heavy silence that settles over everything like a blanket. I got up slowly, grabbed the flashlight I'd started keeping on my nightstand, and crept to the window. I peeked out, expecting the yard to be empty. But it wasn't. He was there. Closer than before. Right at the edge of the porch this time, a few feet from the door. Standing still, that same dark shape, blurred around the edges like heat rising off asphalt. Only now I could see something else. He was holding something. I squinted. It was a bag. Black, worn, like a duffel or a tool bag, heavy enough to sag in the middle. My stomach turned. He didn't move, didn't lift it, just held it at his side like it belonged to him, like it was part of him. I backed away from the window. Didn't check again. Didn't want to know what was inside. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, staring at the door, flashlight in one hand, a dull kitchen knife in the other. I don't know what I thought I'd do if he came in. Probably nothing, probably freeze like I always do. But he didn't come in. He just stood there. Until morning. By the time the sun came up and I finally opened the door, he was gone. But the grass was flattened in a perfect circle where he'd been standing. Like the earth had given way under his weight. That's when I started keeping a journal, writing it all down. Every night, every time I saw him, what time he came, how close he got, what he was doing. I didn't want to forget. I didn't want to let my brain convince me I was imagining it. I even thought about posting online, one of those paranormal forums, seeing if anyone else had seen something similar. But the thought of opening myself up to strangers made my skin crawl. What if he saw it? What if that's what he wanted? So I kept it to myself. Just me in the journal, and the figure who kept getting closer. Each night, a few steps nearer. Never rushing. Just closing the distance. Quiet, patient. And last night, he reached the steps. Not the yard, not the porch. The steps. 3 feet from the door. And when I looked out the peephole, I saw something I hadn't before. There were others behind him. 2 more figures. Smaller. Farther back, near the edge of the yard. Not moving. Just standing there. Like they'd been waiting their turn. I didn't sleep after that. After seeing the other 2 figures standing just behind him. They weren't close enough to make out clearly, not with the yard lights off and the porch lamp barely holding on, but they were there, smaller shapes. One looked short, maybe a child, or someone hunched over. The other stood just a little behind and to the side, like they were waiting for something, maybe a signal. I watched them for what felt like hours. They never moved, not a single twitch. I wanted to look away, to walk away from the door and pretend it wasn't happening, but I couldn't. My legs felt locked. My eyes stayed glued to the peephole like I was afraid they'd disappear the second I blinked. And then I'd start doubting myself again. At some point, 3:30 maybe, they were just gone. I never saw them leave. They didn't walk away. They didn't fade out. One moment they were there, and the next, the yard was empty. But I didn't feel relieved. If anything, it was worse. Like I'd missed something important. Like I'd failed some kind of test. I sat down with the journal again, wrote it all out in the same shaky handwriting I'd started getting used to seeing from myself. The more I wrote, the less it helped. It was supposed to ground me, make it real, logical. But now the pages just looked like the ramblings of someone falling apart. Later that morning, I finally did what I'd been putting off. I called someone. Not the cops, not another friend. I called my old therapist. We hadn't spoken in over a year, not since I stopped going to sessions, but his number was still in my contacts. I didn't even expect him to answer, but he did. His voice was calm, like always. I didn't tell him everything, just said I'd been having trouble sleeping, that I felt like I was being watched, that something outside my house was keeping me up at night, and I didn't know if it was real. He asked the usual questions. Have you been drinking? Number. Any history of sleep paralysis? Number. Have you seen anything like this before? That one got me. I didn't know how to answer, because the truth was, I had, 2 weeks ago, on that bridge. I told him I thought it started with something I saw on my drive home. A person standing on the road at night. No face, just standing there. And now I couldn't stop seeing him. He didn't laugh, didn't sound surprised. He just asked, "Do you think you were meant to see him?" That question stuck with me. Not did you see him or was he real, just were you meant to? I didn't know what to say. We talked a little longer. He gave me a few breathing exercises, told me I should come in if things got worse, that maybe this was stress, that sometimes the mind manifests fear in ways we don't fully understand. I said I'd think about it. Then I hung up and stared out the window again, waiting for the motion light to flicker. It didn't, not that night. Instead, something worse happened. Around 2:30 in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. I passed the hallway window without thinking, pulled the curtain back out of habit just to check. And there he was. Not in the yard this time, but standing across the street. Not directly in front of the house, off to the side, near the tree line. Closer to the neighbors. Watching. I stayed perfectly still, holding the curtain with one hand, heart hammering. He hadn't moved, no bag this time, just standing. But now I was starting to notice details I hadn't before. He wasn't blurry anymore. I mean, not completely clear, but sharper, like my brain was finally allowing itself to look. He was tall, thin. His clothes weren't anything I could describe in detail. Dark pants, dark shirt, no logos, no color. Just a silhouette in real fabric. But the thing that stopped me cold was his head. Not his face. His head. It was tilted, slightly, just enough to look wrong, like he didn't quite understand how people were supposed to hold themselves, like someone pretending to be human, but not doing a very good job. And behind him, the two others, standing a few feet apart now, still not moving. I let the curtain fall. I backed away from the window, and I sat down in the hallway, breathing through my nose, counting backward from 100 like the therapist used to tell me when I had anxiety attacks years ago. It didn't help. Around 4 in the morning, I got back up and checked the window again. Nothing there. No footprints. No sign anyone had ever been there. But the neighbor's trash bins were tipped over. Just his, not mine, not anyone else's. And I swear I saw something on his driveway. A chalk mark, maybe. Looked like that broken eye symbol again. By sunrise, I was looking up hotels. I packed a bag, just enough for a few nights. Toothbrush, clothes, charger, notebook. I left the house before noon and checked into a place near the highway. Big chain hotel, bright lobby, people coming and going at all hours. It felt safer somehow, being around strangers who didn't know what I was running from. I slept that night. For the first time in a while, not well, but without waking up every 10 minutes, which felt like a win. I stayed at the hotel for 2 nights. Nothing strange happened. No phone calls, no messages, no sightings. I almost convinced myself it was over. That maybe I had imagined it all somehow. That stress had played tricks on me. that maybe something about the bridge or the late nights or being alone too much had messed with my head. I went home on the third day. House was quiet, everything where I left it. No symbols, no footprints, nothing. I slept in my own bed that night, and when I woke up, there was mud on the bedroom floor. Just one footprint, right next to the window. The footprint was barefoot. I stood over it, still half asleep, not moving. It was shaped perfectly, toes and all, pressed into a faint smear of mud, just a foot from the window. My bedroom carpet is light gray. I knew the mark wouldn't clean easily, but I didn't care about that. All I could think was, how did it get there? The window was locked, still shut. The blinds had been closed when I went to sleep. I checked them twice before getting into bed. But someone had been in the room with me. That thought did something to my chest I can't explain. It wasn't panic. It wasn't even fear. It was worse. It was that sick drop in your gut when you realize something already happened and you missed it. I checked the entire house, every lock, every window. I pulled the shower curtain back like I was in a bad movie. Nothing. No more footprints. No signs of forced entry. Just the one mark. One dirty footprint in a place no one should have been. I took a picture, then cleaned it with shaking hands. I changed my clothes, grabbed my bag again, and left without finishing breakfast. Went straight back to the hotel, same room, told the front desk I needed a few more nights. That was 5 days ago. I haven't gone home since. I know it sounds paranoid. I know most people would say I should call someone. But what do I even report? A shadow in the yard, a figure on a bridge, a footprint I could have made myself. I've started to question my own memory. Like, did I forget locking a door? Did I maybe bring something in on my shoes and just imagine the rest? Maybe stress really is enough to unravel your sense of reality. But then other things started happening. At the hotel, the first thing I noticed was the scratching. I was lying in bed around 1 in the morning, watching television with the volume low. I started hearing this faint noise, not loud, not even close, just soft, like nails brushing against drywall, coming from the wall behind the headboard. At first I thought it was the room next door, maybe someone moving furniture or tapping something, but it kept going. Same rhythm, same spot, not random, just steady, like someone trying not to be heard. I turned off the television, held my breath. It stopped. Then 2 minutes later, it started again. I left the room. Slept in the car that night. The next day I asked to switch rooms. Didn't say why. Just told them I wanted something on the other end of the building. They didn't ask questions. Gave me a new key card and moved my stuff while I waited in the lobby. New room felt better, brighter, less pressure in the air. The kind of place you could forget things in, even if only for a few hours. That night, nothing happened. No noises, no movement. I slept. The night after that, I got a knock at the door. Not loud, just 2 short knocks. I checked the time, 2:20 in the morning. I didn't answer, just froze, sitting on the edge of the bed with the remote in my hand. Knock, knock. Again, softer this time. I crept to the door and looked through the peephole. Nothing. No one in the hallway. But there was something on the floor. A piece of paper. I opened the door slowly, heart thudding in my throat. The hallway was silent. I grabbed the paper and shut the door fast. It was a torn page from my journal. The same one I had left back at my house. Same handwriting, same ink. Only now, words had been crossed out, rewritten. Where I had written, he was standing in the yard again. It now read, he is closer now. He is inside. The line looked fresh, still drying. I packed my things within minutes. Didn't check out, didn't care. Just got in the car and drove. I didn't go home, didn't go to work. I just drove in circles for hours, ending up in the parking lot of a diner I used to go to when I was a kid. It's about an hour from my hometown. They open early and the coffee's cheap, and no one there knows my name. I sat in a booth in the back, phone turned off, watching the sunrise through the window like it was some rare gift. I don't know where to go from here. He's not just outside anymore. I don't think he ever was. I think maybe that first night on the bridge wasn't the beginning. Maybe I'd seen him before and just didn't realize it. What if I've always seen him? What if he's not following me, but waiting for something? I keep remembering the therapist's question. Do you think you were meant to see him? Maybe I was. Maybe that's how this starts. You see him once. You get curious. You start noticing the silence, the small details, the things other people ignore. And once you do, he doesn't have to chase you. You come to him. Maybe that's what the bridge was. A gate, a doorway, a test. You cross it, you look back, and then he finds you. And if you try to run, he waits. He waits at the edge of every place you feel safe. And each time you leave, he moves a little closer. I haven't been home since. But I know I'll have to go back eventually, for clothes, for mail, to face whatever I left behind in that house. The last time I checked the security app on my phone, the motion camera picked up movement at the front porch. The timestamp said 2:17. The image was corrupted, half static, half black, but I could make out the shape of someone standing in front of the door. Not just one figure this time. 3. All of them facing the camera, all of them watching. I went back to the house 2 days ago. I'd been putting it off, convincing myself I could live out of my car or bounce between cheap motels forever. But eventually, you get tired of looking over your shoulder every time someone walks past your door. You get tired of pretending that a suitcase is a life. The drive was quiet, same route, same roads. I kept the music low, no talk radio, just enough background noise to keep me from spiraling. Pulling into the driveway, I felt that tight grip in my chest again, like the walls of the house were watching. I sat in the car for a while, hands still on the steering wheel, staring at the front door. It was just a house. I said that out loud. It's just a house. Then I got out. Inside, nothing had changed. No signs of break-ins, no broken windows, no overturned furniture. Everything exactly where I left it. A thin layer of dust on the coffee table, some stale air in the living room. That was it. The paranoia didn't go away, but it didn't get worse either. I walked the house like I was a guest, checking each room, each closet, the crawl space under the stairs. Nothing. Then I found the journal. It was right where I remembered leaving it, middle drawer of my desk. I opened it, flipped through the pages I hadn't looked at since I left. Still full of the same scratchy handwriting, half-written thoughts, the times and dates I saw the figure on the bridge. Some pages were barely legible, my hand shaking so bad I could barely form letters. Reading through it now, with fresh eyes, it didn't sound like a ghost story. It sounded like something else. Like someone watching me. Not a shadow, not a he, a person. That's when it really hit me. This whole time I had been so busy trying to rationalize the fear, blaming my imagination, then blaming something supernatural when the fear didn't go away. I never seriously stopped to consider the most obvious explanation. Someone was watching me, and they knew what they were doing. Not in the horror movie sense. No breaking in. No violence, just presence. The kind of presence that eats away at you slowly, that makes you question your own eyes, your memory, your sanity. It was a game. I think whoever it was, maybe more than one person, wanted me to feel hunted. Maybe it started on that bridge. Maybe it started before. Maybe I saw someone doing something I wasn't supposed to. Or maybe it was random. But it was real. I started thinking back, really thinking about the nights on the bridge, the figure, the phone calls, the movement near the house. Every time it was subtle, human, possible, and just smart enough to never give me anything solid. I was being watched, not haunted, followed. I didn't go to the police right away. I knew how it would sound. A guy sees someone on a bridge, thinks they're being followed, finds muddy footprints and jumps to conclusions. No evidence, no suspect, no threat. I did something else. I installed better security, real security. Professional grade cameras, hardwired, no Wi-Fi to jam. One in the backyard, one facing the front porch, one at the side fence. I got a doorbell cam with cloud storage, a lock with remote access, and a motion floodlight that connects directly to my phone. Then I waited. Not for him, but for anything. For weeks, nothing happened. Then one night, about 3 in the morning, the side yard camera picked up movement. The clip was short, less than 10 seconds. A man, average height, wearing a hooded jacket, walked along the side of my house, didn't stop, Didn't look at the camera. Just passed through the frame like he knew it was there and didn't care. He had something in his hand. I couldn't tell what. Could have been a flashlight. Could have been something else. I sent the footage to the police. They took it more seriously than I expected. Said there'd been a few similar reports in the area. Nothing violent, just strange activity. People getting spooked. Items missing from yards. Someone leaving notes. No one had caught him yet. They filed a report, took my statement, promised extra patrols. I haven't seen the man since. No knocks, no figures, no more movement on the camera. Just silence. And I'm starting to believe that's all he ever wanted, to make someone feel vulnerable. Maybe I was just the unlucky one who noticed first, who looked too long, who fed the fear instead of brushing it off. People like that don't always need a reason. They don't want your money. They don't want to hurt you. They just want to feel control. And if they know how to stay quiet, stay patient, stay just far enough out of reach, you'll do the rest. I still think about the bridge sometimes. Not because I believe there was anything supernatural there, but because I know it was the moment everything changed. The first time I saw someone who didn't want to be seen. The first time I hesitated. I've stopped driving that way. Not because I'm scared, but because I don't need to test myself anymore. It's just a road. It's just a bridge. And some people, some real human people, find power in making you doubt your own instincts. Next time, I won't. I'll turn the lights on. I'll trust the bad feeling. And I'll remember that fear doesn't always mean you're imagining things. Sometimes fear is the most honest thing you have. It was almost midnight when I placed the order. I wasn't even that hungry. It was more out of habit than anything. About an empty apartment made me crave background noise, something normal. I scrolled through my phone, debating between Chinese or pizza, while the television droned in the background, the glow casting soft light over my living room. I settled on a local burger place I'd never tried before. The app said the food would be here in 35 to 40 minutes. Perfect. I tossed my phone onto the couch and leaned back. The exhaustion of the day weighed heavy on my body, my eyelids threatening to close. I let them, just for a second, breathing in the quiet. Thud, thud, thud. My eyes shot open. The knock was too soon, way too soon. I frowned, grabbing my phone. 11:52 p.m. That didn't make sense. The app still showed my order in progress, no updates, no delivered status. Another knock, firm, slow. A weird feeling settled in my stomach. Maybe the app just hadn't updated yet. Maybe the driver was just really fast. Or maybe I was overthinking. I got up and walked to the door, pressing my eye against the peephole. A man stood outside. He was older, maybe late 40s or 50s, broad-shouldered but thin. His dark jacket was unzipped, revealing a plain t-shirt underneath. He wasn't holding a restaurant bag. no uniform. Something about him set me on edge. I didn't open the door. Who is it?" My voice sounded casual, but my pulse had already started to pick up. A pause, then, "Delivery." Flat, unsmiling. I hesitated, glancing down at my phone again. Still no update. My thumb hovered over the restaurant's number. "From which place?" I asked. Silence. I gripped the phone tighter. "Ma'am, your food," the man said, quieter this time, irritated. A chill crept up my spine. Something felt wrong. I took a small step back. "Hold on 1 second." I hit call. The ringing felt too loud in the silence. The man outside didn't move. "Hello?" A voice on the other end picked up. "Hi, I just placed an order for delivery, and I think the driver's here, but—" I hesitated. Saying it out loud made me feel ridiculous. I just wanted to check, "What's his name?" A beat of static. Then, "Tom." Relief washed over me until the worker added, "But he's not there yet. Just left like 5 minutes ago. Should be another 20 minutes or so." The feeling in my stomach hardened into something heavy, cold. The knock came again, sharper this time. I barely heard the worker ask, "Ma'am, you okay?" I whispered, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, positive. You need me to?" I hung up. I couldn't move, just stood there, frozen, staring at the door. A shadow shifted under the crack. He was still standing there. My pulse thundered in my ears as I stepped backward, slow and careful. Was the deadbolt locked? Had I put the chain on? I didn't remember. I reached out, twisting the lock click. For a second, there was nothing. Then, the footsteps. Not moving away, not down the hall. Just shifting. Like he was repositioning himself. My stomach twisted. I couldn't stay by the door. I didn't want him to hear me breathing. Didn't want him to know I was still standing there. I crept backward, moving into the kitchen, out of sight. My hands shook as I pulled up the app, still on the way. My real driver hadn't even arrived yet. A minute passed, then another. Had he left? The silence pressed against my ears, deafening. I reached toward the kitchen light switch but hesitated. If I turned it off, he might know I was moving. Instead, I crept toward the window, the one that overlooked the parking lot. If I could just... My breath caught in my throat. A car sat below. Not parked in a space, not moving. Just idling. The headlights were off, but I could see the outline of someone sitting inside. Watching. I stumbled backward. My phone buzzed. A notification. Your order has been delivered. I nearly dropped it. My real driver was here. He had my food. But the man at my door had come first. My hands shook as I typed into the app's chat feature. I think someone just pretended to deliver my food. A man knocked on my door before you got here. He's still outside. Please stay in your car. A moment later, it showed, "Seen." Then a reply. "Do you need me to call someone?" I swallowed hard. Was I overreacting? Maybe it was some guy who had the wrong apartment. Maybe. A movement outside caught my eye. The idling car pulled out of the lot. My heart stopped. My real driver was still parked below, scanning the building, trying to figure out which unit was mine. But the other car, the one that had been watching, was leaving. It hesitated by the exit. Then, slowly, it rolled onto the street and disappeared. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My phone buzzed again. "Hey, I'm here. I have your food. Just let me know if you're good." I glanced toward the door. The silence in the hallway pressed against my ears. Had he really left? Or was he still somewhere nearby, waiting? I didn't know. But I wasn't opening that door. Not tonight. I didn't sleep. Even after the strange car disappeared, I sat in the dark, my body locked in place, ears straining for any sound. My stomach twisted every time I imagined the knock at my door, the flat, empty voice on the other side. I kept telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe it had been some delivery mix-up. Maybe the man really did just have the wrong address. But that didn't explain why he had no food, no uniform, no name to give me. And it didn't explain why he sat outside for so long. The worst part was not knowing if he was truly gone. I had seen the car leave, but that didn't mean he wasn't still out there, just parked somewhere else, waiting. My phone was still clutched in my hands, the chat with my actual delivery driver open on the screen. "Hey, I'm here. I have your food. Just let me know if you're good." I didn't respond. I didn't dare open the door. Instead, I typed, "Sorry, I don't feel safe opening my door right now. You can leave the food outside." The 3 dots popped up immediately. "Got it. No worries. Hope you're okay." I watched his car pull away through the window, leaving a paper bag sitting by my door. I didn't move to grab it. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. I wasn't sure. At some point, I checked every lock in my apartment 3 times before retreating to my bedroom, pushing my dresser in front of the door. Even then, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence. I didn't sleep. The next morning, my stomach was a tight knot of hunger and unease. I hadn't touched my food. It was still sitting outside, probably cold and disgusting by now. I didn't care. Instead, I stood by the window, peering outside at the parking lot. It looked normal. Cars pulling in and out, people walking their dogs, a jogger passing by with headphones in, completely oblivious to the night I had just had. I scanned every parked car, looking for the one. The dark-colored sedan that had just sat there, watching. Nothing. I let out a slow breath, forcing my shoulders to relax. Maybe he really had left. Maybe it was over. I spent most of the day trying to distract myself, laundry, vacuuming, anything to keep my mind from replaying the knock at my door, the voice. I told myself it was done. And then that night I saw it again. The car, parked 2 rows away from my building, partially hidden behind a van. I stopped mid-step, heart hammering. The headlights were off. The driver's seat was empty. But it was the same car. I knew it. The cold weight in my stomach returned. I stared at it for a long time, hoping I was wrong, hoping someone would walk out and unlock it, someone completely unrelated, just another resident of my building. No one did. I pulled my curtains closed. I called the police. I hesitated for almost an hour before I did it. I hated the idea of wasting their time. What was I even going to say? Hi, I think a car is following me. No, I don't have proof. No, I don't have a license plate. No, I don't know who's inside. But something in my gut told me I needed to do it. When the dispatcher answered, I took a deep breath. Hi, I don't know if this is an emergency, but I hesitated. It sounded stupid now that I was saying it out loud. A man came to my door last night pretending to be a delivery driver. He wasn't. He stayed outside my building for hours. Now I think I just saw his car again. The dispatcher asked for details, my address, a description of the man. Did he threaten you? I swallowed hard. No, but he wouldn't leave, and now his car is back. I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but the words trailed off. There was a pause on the other end before she said, I'll send a patrol car to drive through your lot just to be safe. If you see the vehicle again or if anything happens, call us right away. Relief flooded through me. Thank you. After hanging up, I forced myself to breathe. A part of me still felt silly. What if I had overreacted? What if the car belonged to someone else? But then I thought of the way the man had stood there, the way he didn't answer my questions, the way he had waited. This wasn't paranoia. Something was wrong. I didn't go to bed right away. I stayed up, waiting, watching for the patrol car to arrive. I wanted to see his car leave. By 11 p.m., I finally saw red and blue lights flicker against the buildings as the patrol car pulled into the lot. I peered through the window, heart pounding. The officer drove slowly past the rows of parked vehicles. Then they stopped, right in front of the dark sedan. My breath hitched. I couldn't see much from my angle, but I saw the officer shine a flashlight at the vehicle. They stayed parked for a few moments, radioing something in. Then finally, the sedan's door opened. My skin went cold. A figure stepped out. Even from my window, even in the dim light, I recognized him instantly. The man from last night. I stumbled back, pulse hammering. They were talking to him. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the conversation was brief. The officer didn't arrest him, didn't even detain him. After a moment, the man simply sat back inside his car. The police car pulled away. I felt sick. I checked my phone, half expecting an update from the dispatcher, something explaining what just happened. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I just lay in bed, every creak of the apartment making my stomach twist. I tried to convince myself that the police knew best, that if they let him go, it meant he wasn't a threat. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I couldn't. Because when I looked out my window the next morning, the car was still there. And I knew. He wasn't done yet. I called the police again. I had to. The car was still there, exactly where the officer had left him last night. The realization made my stomach churn. He never left. He sat in that car all night, just watching. The phone rang twice before the dispatcher answered. 911, what's your emergency? I took a shaky breath. I called last night about a man pretending to be a delivery driver. The police came, but they let him go. His car is still outside. The dispatcher's tone didn't change, calm, unbothered. Ma'am, is he inside your building? Has he attempted to approach you again? No, but I gripped the phone tighter. He's been sitting in his car all night. That's not normal. A pause. Then, unfortunately, since he hasn't committed a crime, there's not much we can do unless he trespasses or tries to enter your home. Have you noticed him making any attempts to approach your door? I squeezed my eyes shut. He already had. I had told them everything, that he knocked on my door, that he tried to pretend he was my delivery driver, that he waited. And none of it mattered. He's stalking me, I whispered. We don't have evidence of that. My stomach twisted. It felt like I was losing my grip, like I was stuck in a nightmare no one else could see. Ma'am, if you feel unsafe, we recommend staying inside and keeping your doors locked. If he approaches again, call us immediately. I didn't argue. What was the point? I hung up. By noon, the car was gone. I should have felt relief, but instead I just felt sick. The car had been sitting outside my apartment for hours, and then it disappeared the second the sun came up. It wasn't over. I knew that. It was a waiting game now. He was waiting for me to let my guard down. I spent the day glued to my window, watching every single car that pulled into the lot, every figure that moved down the sidewalk. Every time I saw a dark-colored sedan, my breath hitched in my throat. But it never stopped. I kept my doors locked, my curtains drawn. I ignored my phone, ignored texts from friends asking why I hadn't shown up for work. I was exhausted. My body ached from tension, but every time I tried to close my eyes, all I could see was his face behind my door, his flat voice murmuring, "Delivery." I don't know when I drifted off, but when I woke up, it was dark, and my phone was vibrating on the table. I reached for it, still groggy. My stomach clenched when I saw the notification. Unknown number. Why didn't you open the door? I sat up so fast my head spun. The message sat there on my screen, too simple, too casual, but I knew exactly who it was from. I swallowed hard, my fingers shaking as I typed back. Who is this? I waited, heart hammering. The 3 dots appeared almost instantly. Unknown number. You were hungry. I brought you food. Why didn't you open the door? My pulse pounded in my ears. I clenched the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. Another message popped up before I could respond. Unknown number. I'm still hungry. A chill ran through me. I bolted upright, rushing to the window. I yanked the curtain aside. The car was back, parked in the exact same spot, headlights off. He was here. I stumbled backward, breath coming in short gasps. I couldn't do this anymore. I needed to get out of this apartment. I grabbed my keys, shoving my feet into my sneakers. I didn't have a plan, I just needed to leave. I barely made it 2 steps before I froze. Something wasn't right. The apartment felt wrong, like I wasn't alone. I turned slowly. The closet door near the hallway was slightly open. I never left it open. My stomach twisted into a knot so tight it hurt. My brain screamed at me to run, to leave now, but my body refused to move. I forced myself forward, one trembling step at a time, heart hammering so hard it made me feel sick. I reached out slowly and pressed my fingers against the door. Then I pushed it open. Nothing. The closet was empty. I let out a shaking breath. Maybe I had left it open. Maybe. A soft creak sounded behind me. I turned just in time to see a shadow move past the kitchen. I wasn't alone. There was someone in my apartment. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't hesitate. I just sprinted for the door, fumbling with the lock. My fingers were slippery with sweat, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. A low voice sounded behind me. Why didn't you open the door? I lunged forward and ripped the door open, practically throwing myself into the hallway. I ran, barefoot, heart pounding. I ran. I didn't stop until I was outside. My breath came in ragged gasps as I looked around wildly, my vision swimming. I needed help, someone, anyone. Then flashing red and blue lights. A police car. I stumbled toward it, waving my arms. Help, there's someone in my apartment. The officer's door swung open, and within seconds, I was being ushered towards safety. I couldn't even speak properly, my words coming out jumbled between panic breaths. By the time they got up to my unit, it was too late. The apartment was empty. Whoever had been inside was gone. But he had left something behind. The officers found it in my bedroom, sitting neatly on my nightstand. A half-eaten burger. The same one from the restaurant I ordered from that night. Cold. And missing exactly 1 bite. I barely remember what happened after they found the burger. The officers kept asking me the same questions over and over. Had I seen him? Did I know who he was? Did I have any idea how he got in? I didn't. I didn't know anything. One officer stayed with me while another searched the apartment. They checked every room, every closet, even the vents. They asked if I had a fire escape, if any windows had been unlocked. Everything was secure, except my front door. There were no signs of forced entry. The deadbolt was still in place. The chain had been locked when I ran out, which meant he was already inside. I thought I was going to throw up. The realization made my skin crawl. I had checked every lock, every door before I went to bed. I had been so careful. And yet, he had been in there, watching me. I spent the next few hours in a haze, answering police questions I barely processed. They took my statement. They photographed the burger, the one missing bite. And then they asked something that made my blood run cold. "Are you sure nothing else is missing?" I hadn't even thought about that. I numbly walked through my apartment, trying to see it differently, trying to notice if anything's off. Nothing was gone, but something was added. A note. A small, crumpled napkin placed neatly on my kitchen counter. 3 words, shaky, smudged. Not finished yet. I sat down so fast my legs almost gave out. One of the officers snatched the napkin up with gloved hands, slipping it into an evidence bag. They took me to a hotel that night. They said it was precautionary. They were still trying to track him down. I barely slept. Every noise made my stomach twist. Every passing shadow outside my window made my pulse hammer. I kept thinking about the note. He wasn't finished yet. But I was. I was done being scared. Done waiting. I had to know who he was. The next morning I sat in the police station, staring at a manila folder on the table. Inside was everything they had found. And there was finally a name. Mark Fenton, 48 years old. Not a delivery driver, not a stranger. He had a record. Breaking and entering, stalking, a history of fixating on women who lived alone. The officer in front of me cleared his throat. We ran his face through our system. Turns out, he's been arrested before years ago. He's been in and out of jail for trespassing, violating restraining orders, things like that. I swallowed hard. Why wasn't he in jail? The officer sighed. Nothing ever stuck for long. Short sentences, probation. But this time, he flipped a page in the file. We got him. The words sent a jolt through my body. They caught him. They had him in custody. I blinked, trying to process it. Where? He hesitated. He was arrested outside your building. My stomach twisted. When? The officer leaned forward. An hour ago. A cold weight settled in my chest. He came back. Even after the police had been inside my apartment, after they searched for him, he had come back. I licked my lips. What did he say? The officer looked at me carefully, like he was deciding how much to tell me. Then finally he said, he confessed. The room tilted slightly. I gripped the edge of the table. He confessed. To everything? The officer slid a printed transcript in front of me. We recorded the whole thing. I didn't want to read it, but my hands moved before I could stop them. The words blurred together at first, then I saw my name. I saw her once, in the parking lot. She looked at me. That was enough. I watched her for weeks. I knew she was alone. She left her door open for me once. I figured she'd do it again. The walls felt like they were closing in. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to keep reading. I was going to do it that night. I had the knife. I had the tape. I just needed her to open the door. But she didn't. I felt sick. I couldn't read anymore. The officer must have noticed, because he reached forward, flipping the transcript face down. "You don't have to look at it." I swallowed, my throat dry. What's going to happen to him? Charges are being filed. Given his record, and given everything we found, he nodded toward the file. He's not walking away from this one. I exhaled, closing my eyes. He was gone. He wasn't coming back. It was over. But one last question sat on my tongue. Why did he take a bite? The officer hesitated. We asked him that too. He reached into the file, pulled out one last piece of paper. I didn't want to see it, but he read it anyway. She wouldn't open the door, so I wanted to see what it was like, to take something from her. I gripped my arms, disgusted that he had been inside my apartment, that he had waited in my closet, that he had watched me all night, knowing exactly what he wanted to do. And when he couldn't do it, he settled for taking one bite. I don't remember much after that. I just nodded numbly as they told me I was safe, that he was in custody, that it was over. And eventually, I believed them. It took time, months of therapy, changing apartments, buying security cameras, sleeping with my dresser pushed against the door. But I got better. I moved on. I was alive. And he was rotting in a cell, where he belonged, where he'd never watch me again,